2021 season is starting to find its groove.
High horsepower, low downforce, slick track. What's going to happen next?
Rising challengers are racing to the front of the pack.
I thought we were the best car at that moment. Just wish maybe I could have taken advantage of that opportunity. We can build on this momentum here.
And some familiar faces are still looking for their first checkered flag.
They're doing everything but closing the deal and winning races.
But after his third win of the season, the local favorite is shifting into high gear.
Martin Truex right here, dominant performance.
Boy, he proved what he's capable of.
High banks.
I think about Dover. Holy smokes.
Boy, we are hauling the nail. And higher stakes.
They're trying to wreck each other. Battle for the lead. Saying it.
It's race day in Dover.
Nothing coming. It's all you, baby. That's it. Woo! Yeah, boy. That's an ass whipping right there.
So there are a lot of things that make Dover different than the rest of the tracks on the circuit. The track surface, the incredible sensations of speed, the 15-foot drop, and any one of those things would send us normal folks running for the slow lane. But today, 37 drivers are going to climb in their cars and hang on for 400 miles, all so they can say they conquered the monster. And we are here to get you ready for the monster, as we say. Welcome to Race Day on FS1, presented by Coca-Cola, and welcome into our Race Day virtual studio. I'm Shannon Spake, along with America's crew chief Larry McReynolds, and of course Daytona 500 winner Jamie McMurray, getting you ready for this awesome race out in Dover. And Jamie, I can't even tell you how many times I've heard, why do you guys call it the monster? So tell the people at home why we call it the monster.
Well, we call it the monster for numerous reasons, but I would say that for me personally, you know, you talk about having big hits, and you think it'd be a Daytona or Talladega, but Dover, Delaware, two of the biggest hits of my career came at this track. It can jump up, it can bite you quick. When something goes wrong, it can go wrong, and it's really bad. But it's also so demanding on everything. The cars, teams bring special parts on their cars to this track because parts break here that don't break anywhere else. And it's also super demanding on the drivers. Physically, this is one of those tracks that I would always add like a little bit more foam on the right side of my headrest. We'll see a lot of guys have that today just because you can't fight the G-loads that you fight in the corner here all day long.
2021 has been a bit of a monster to a few teams. It's hard to believe that when this checkered flag waves today, we are halfway through the regular season of 2021. 13 down, 13 to go. And when you look at a season where we've had 12 races with 10 different winners, and we have so many drivers and teams that still have not found victory lane, and some of them are in a pretty deep hole, they already know with a lot of racing to go in the regular season, the only way they're probably going to make the playoffs come the fall time, they're going to have to find victory lane.
They're all Martin Truex Jr. fans, right? They're like, just keep winning.
Keep winning, Martin.
Just keep winning. Always a lot to cover news-wise in the week that was NASCAR. For more on all the big stories, it is all about Bob Pockrass.
Penske teammates Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski will be without their crew chiefs for Dover. Logano crew chief Paul Wolfe is serving a one-race suspension because of a lug nut violation at Darlington, while Keselowski crew chief Jeremy Bullins is out for a second consecutive week because of COVID-19 protocols. Engineer Jonathan Hassler will crew chief for Logano. Engineer Grant Hutchins is atop the box for Keselowski. It was a good day Saturday for Team Penske as Austin Cindric won the Xfinity Series race at Dover, while junior motorsports driver Josh Berry won the $100,000 Dash for Cash bonus. It will be a career weekend for Josh Berry as he makes his Cup debut in the Spire Motorsports number 77 car as he replaces Justin Haley, who also is out because of COVID-19 protocols.
For Josh, that's a real good feel-good story from the
yes.
Xfinity Series. Okay, those were the headlines that Bob was covering. What about our headlines in here? Jamie, you're first.
I'm going to go first, and I'm going to say Miles the Monster. Yeah, it's more like Truex's Teddy Bear, that is. When you look at this track, it's where Martin Truex Jr. got his first win. He's got 3 wins here altogether, and his last 4 races have just been incredible. 3 second-place finishes, along with a win in 2019. And I just think if you're going to get to victory lane today, guys, you're going to have to go through Martin Truex
That
Jr.
shot of Martin makes me laugh because that's so unlike
And you
him,
know what?
right?
He's so successful, we show that shot
He's
a
like
lot.
this. Hey, I gotcha.
Definitely made a statement
I gotcha.
from Darlington.
All right, what's your storyline?
So my storyline is this monster won't smash the streak. And what I'm talking about is William Byron. Just think about it. If you go back to his win at Homestead, he and Rudy Fugle, it has now put them at 10 races, 10 consecutive races with top 10 finishes. The last time a Hendrick driver accomplished this, you have to go back to our teammate Jeff Gordon in 2007. Considering the last time we were at the Monster Mile, he not only finished top 10, he finished top 5. That streak today will be at 11 when it's all said and done.
We love that streak, don't we? All right, my storyline is Miles the Monster is less scary than the bubble. You heard old Larry Mack say 13 races to go until the playoffs after today's race. That's a lot of time for drivers who have not won to get a win. And then when that happens, that bubble just starts to go like this.
That bubble can get busted.
Yes, because, I mean, I don't think that we're far away from possibly getting 15, 16 winners this season. I know we say it every year, right? And
we hope so.
Yeah,
we hope
a lot of fun, a lot of fun. You got nothing to say?
Yeah, I know what you wanted to say there, Shannon.
It looked like
Just
you were
stare
going to
down.
say something. 400 laps, 400 miles. We've got everything you need to know for a day with the Monster. Here's what's coming up on race day.
Just around the turn, Miles the Monster is ready to challenge these drivers today. But not everyone is scared. We'll catch up with Kyle Larson, who's previously conquered this track, but's been stuck finishing in second since his last win. And speaking of wins, the only driver who's been able to do it more than once this season is also the man who holds the active winning record in Dover. We'll talk with Martin Truex Jr. just before we see Bubba's crossover into the world of NHRA as he takes us through a day in the life of their racing shoes. Plus, we'll put it out, and Michael Waltrip gets us ready for green as he hits the grid walk.
It's a 400-mile thrill ride in Dover.
I came to conquer, rolling like thunder.
This place can just reach out and bite you.
Reckless, leaving you breathless. That's what you get. The temperature rising.
Oh! Trouble! Car hard in the wall.
Big wreck. I don't know what the hell happened there.
Hard crash.
Man, that was wild.
Yeah, as drivers arrive at Dover, that guy right there is waiting to greet them. That statue of Miles the Monster, 46 feet tall, weighs 20 tons and has a full-scale race car in his hands. He also respects the winners at these racetracks as their names are engraved at the base of the Monster. Scary stuff right there. Also scary stuff inside the walls of the racetrack, because this is unlike any track that drivers will encounter on the season. We're going to start, we've got our banking animation. We're going to start on the front stretch. So tell me, Jamie, what drivers are going to experience as they go around this 1 mile?
Well, first off, people always ask me, what's the fastest track you go to? And Dover is not the fastest track, but the sensation of speed here is like anywhere else. And as we take a look at the track map, you're going to see that we've got 9 degrees of banking actually on the straightaways. But then as you transition into the corner, it goes all the way up to 24 degrees. The track has a lot of grip. And as you go down the straightaway, you actually drive down into the corner. There's a pretty big elevation change, and it's a huge transition. If you've ever driven down an old road and it has like the whoop-de-doos in it and you feel your stomach get taken from you, that's the sensation you have driving into the corner, Larry.
Yeah, it's one of the few tracks where the driver does go down in the corner and then up out of the corner back onto the straightaway. And that elevation change from being up on the straightaway down to the bottom of the corner is 15 feet. That's like 2 stories. And the same when you climb up out of the corner back to the straightaway, that's 15 feet. That's like 2 stories. We do 2 1-mile racetracks on the Cup Series schedule. So let's do a little bit of a comparison between Dover and Loudon, New Hampshire. You can see the top speed, it's not that much difference, but the corner speed, look how much faster it is at Dover. That's the reason you're running around there about 7 or 8 seconds faster a lap than you do at Loudon. You can see the difference in the banking. But Jamie, a big difference, the surface we race on today at Dover is concrete, where Loudon, New Hampshire is asphalt.
Yeah, the dreaded concrete, I think, is what most drivers or crew chiefs would tell you about, because when they do concrete, unlike asphalt, it has expansion joints in it. And when you go over those, you feel those. And if you've ever ridden on a sidewalk on a bicycle or maybe on a skateboard and you feel that thunk, thunk, thunk,
Yeah.
thunk, that's what you feel every single lap, the whole time. And if your car's tight, it makes the car tighter. If it's loose, it's looser. Those little expansion joints are really the struggle today.
Larry, can you just give me one whoop-de-doop?
Whoop-de-doo.
There you go. Whoop-de-doo. Can you feel those every time you go over them, or do you get used to it?
Yeah, well, you do kind of get acclimated to it, but that's what makes Dover so unique. And every driver that we hear today, they're going to talk about being loose in, and that's because you kind of go over that crest getting in the corner, and they're either going to talk about being loose or tight on exit because you have to drive up out of that. Super unique track, but also a lot of fun.
$1 for the first driver that says whoop-de-doo on the radio. All right, before all the on-track business started this weekend, our NASCAR and Fox family took part in the Drive for Autism golf tournament that benefits the autism community. Jamie Little was there representing us because, let's face it, she's got the best golf swing out of all of us, and she joins us now to tell us all about it. Hey, Jamie.
Hey, Shan, yes, I swing for show, but my back is certainly paying the price today. And as you know, whether it's on track or off track, it has been a very busy few months. And sometimes I wish there were two of me. Well, today there is. Here's Jamie. Thanks, Jamie. Before I got to the racetrack, I was right here at DuPont Country Club for the annual Drive for Autism golf tournament. This is something that Artie Kempner, our amazing director, has been doing for 20 years now. And of course, last year it couldn't happen. So this year, everybody is so excited to be together once again, raising money for a great cause. It's all about helping children with autism, getting them back in the workforce. There's some great personalities that were able to come out. Noah Gregson is here, Brandon McReynolds, Adam Alexander, Mike Joy. We're going to have a beautiful day on the golf course, all before we have a beautiful day at the racetrack.
Go golfing, baby! This is not just a golf event, it's really a gathering of friends.
This guy. How you guys hitting him? This was such a tremendous day. It was awesome seeing over 100 people come together for a great cause. It's all about autism research and Autism Delaware. Artie, thank you for all that you're doing for those living with autism, getting them into the workforce and living independent lives. Now from the golf course, let's go live back to the racetrack with Jamie. Oh, the magic of TV, right? Well, in all seriousness, we raised $230,000 in the Drive for Autism. Unbelievable. And let's just stick with this Jamie theme. Let's go back inside to Jamie.
Well, thank you, Jamie, as if it already was not confusing enough.
Well, award-winning television right there, by the way. Jamie, by the way, there are two Jamie Littles. If you've ever seen her daughter, it's a mini-me, so there are two. But that golf tournament is really great. I know both of you guys have participated in it.
Yeah, I played in it for about 18 years, and I'm certainly looking forward to hopefully being back there next year and being able to participate. What a great event that raises money for a great cause.
Yeah, same thing. I did it just about every year that I was traveling with the series. And Artie Kempner has done so much for that community. I was affected by autism, and it's really cool to see the programs that he's put together, especially in the state of Delaware. So kudos to Artie.
Absolutely good stuff. This is good stuff as well. Last weekend, NASCAR announced the Race Back to the Track digital sweepstakes, and it's open to fans who are vaccinated or pledged to make a vaccine appointment through May 31st. So fans can visit NASCAR.com/vax and enter to win tickets to the 2022 Daytona 500. Do not miss out. Be a part of the Race Back to the Track digital sweepstakes. Coming up here on race day, we're going to check in with Chris, Jeff, and Clint at the track as they break down the chances of the winless drivers. It's all ahead right here on race day. Back here on race day, Miles sure does cast a large shadow over the track, but one driver is going to emerge from that shadow today as we say welcome back to race day, presented by Coca-Cola. Now, past history is any indication of how things are going to go down in Dover today. There could be a lot of mayhem. Two guys that know all about that are Clint and Jeff, who are with Chris Myers. Listen, it's not malicious mayhem, right, Chris? It's just mayhem.
or malicious of some people.
That's the inside joke, ladies and gentlemen, from Tuesday meeting. I had my words messed up. Imagine that.
And I followed him right in with it. Although malicious could describe you at the casino the other night. But that's another story. The weather here, by the way, terrific. Little cloudy, sun peeking out, but 70s. Temperature should be nice. And really the storylines, who has won this year, obviously Martin Truex Jr. with 3 wins, expected to do well today. We're going to talk to him a little bit later. And who hasn't won on, the defending champ Chase Elliott among some other big names. And going the 9 car going to the rear, we'll have an update on that. Regan Smith will talk to him in just a moment. 4th time this year the defending champion has had to start at the back. But really, Martin Truex, and you said it in the broadcast last week when he dominated, winning his 3rd race, that he may be, even though he's a former champ, an underrated driver.
Well, he is. I mean, look at his domination over the last several years. Look at how he dominated at Darlington. Wouldn't be surprised he dominates here today. This is a great track for him. Definitely underrated. And it's because I think a lot of his personality. He's just, he's very calm. Not when he's in the race car, but outside the race car. He doesn't shout it out to the world, and I'm looking forward to talking to him a little bit later about some of this.
Yeah, I mean, he's on point. With this package and everything that's going on around it, you could talk 750s. You look, he went right to the top of the board. Early on, it was his teammate, Denny Hamlin. He was the front runner, established week in and week out. Now we're talking Martin Truex Jr. Yeah,
when you say this package, we hear 750, a 550, that NASCAR tries to adjust so that things are competitive, and want a clear explanation of that. So let's try to get a clear explanation, at least for me, anyway.
In NASCAR, there's no power quite like horsepower. In recent years, we've seen changes on the track and under the hood. Let's take a look at changes to the horsepower packages. We'll begin with the 550 horsepower package. This package has more downforce with the help of a larger rear spoiler. Big rear spoilers see more air at the rear of the car, creating drag and pushing the cars into the surface. Because of the spoiler height, a larger wake of air was created behind the car, making it tougher for other cars to pass. The second package is the 750 horsepower package, which is 30% less downforce and a smaller rear spoiler. Smaller rear spoilers see less air, making cars less compressed to the track and less of a wake to the car behind.
And whichever driver does it best gets the trophy. Monster the Miles. Miles the Monster here at the Monster Mile. Let's look at the difference. And really, the 750 is the high horsepower, right? The low downforce. That's a simple way to... We took the average, simple way to break it down. And I don't know, does this surprise you that these guys are the best?
Well, it doesn't surprise me because Kyle Busch is one of the best at restarts. And with the 550 package, you got to be really good at restarts. I am a little bit surprised, though, with Kyle Larson. I expect him to shine more in the 750 like what we've seen with Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, especially from his background. Dirt background, you would think high horsepower, little tire, a lot of wheel spin. You think Kyle Larson is all over the 750 package.
Well, and I like that Martin Truex has said they've really zeroed in on the higher horsepower, lower downforce of 750. Yeah. And he likes it because it puts a little bit more in the hands of the driver, or his hands, and he likes it that way. And obviously it's worked for him this year.
Oh, and it certainly does. All the drivers across the board in the garage area love this 750 package. Jeff and I, we came from that dirt background. We share that. Man, I like to feel that horsepower and that loud pedal.
Yeah, and one of the reasons you're not seeing Martin Truex Jr. on this is because of Bristol, the dirt race. He had a terrible day, or he had a great day, but not a good finish. And so he kind of fell off on the average. Other than that, Martin Truex Jr. has been lights out with the lower downforce package. So the drivers come into play a lot more at this racetrack and with the lower downforce. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing, these guys that search around these big high banks.
Chris, this place is a driver's track right here now. I'm talking get up on the wheel and make things happen.
Yeah, of course, Talladega and Daytona were not his best either. But speaking of searching for the lines, help us with the driving lines around this track. And boy, the 19, a good car to show us.
Well, we talk about wrapping the bottom, like you see the 4 Kevin Harvick, or the 19 in this case with Martin Truex Jr., and diamonding that racetrack. When you diamond that racetrack, you go up higher in the middle of the corner, make long straightaways. Look at Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin coming back with that speed on the straightaway, and now you can see Martin Truex Jr. back down to the bottom.
Yeah, but what you see there is him squirt to center, squirting the throttle through the middle of the corner, beats him a lot. But because they diamond the corner, when they get back to it, they go wide open, wide back open. I remember Kevin Harvick was my teammate. Drastically different driving lines. I liked wrapping that bottom like you saw Martin Truex right there. Kevin always was really strong running the diamond line.
All right, I think I got it. We'll go back to Charlotte. Larry, did we cover everything for you?
No, not really, Chris. You know, not being at the track, sometimes I can't gather all the information I'm looking for. Have you guys had a chance to speak with Goodyear about right front air pressure, what they're recommending to the teams, and why?
I got this. Yeah, it's probably 49 PSI because of how much driving they do in the corners. And
Chris, do you even know how to check the air in tires?
Do you even know what PSI stands for?
Pounds per square inch.
Whoa! We thought he'd know more than you two.
Chris, thank you for not letting me down.
Take his
The other
earpiece
two,
out. I
they've
want
been
it
in the
out.
casino. You were talking to Goodyear.
The force on that right front tire, but it's 49 PSI. I'll explain to these guys in the commercial.
Nice job, Chris. Nice job. Representing out at the track. Did you see Jeff and Clint's face?
They didn't know what to think.
That was fun. All right, straight ahead, we are going to go back out to the track and find out who the guys think, which winless drivers they think could get it done before the start of the playoffs. That guy's got his work cut out for him today, right back at the field. And then the number 4 is still looking for that first win of the season. It's all coming up right here on FS1 on race day. That was fun stuff.
It's a 400-mile thrill ride. We're ready to go racing in Dover.
One wild and crazy and exciting Dover.
This place can just reach out and bite you.
We're back on air now. We're stop dancing. We're getting closer to the party starting in Dover later today, and some guys are going to enjoy that party a little bit more, especially depending on where they're starting. So let's dig a little deeper into our race day starting grid. Let's start with the guy that's starting first. Why don't we, Jamie?
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. is on the pole. Won here 3 times. Obviously won last week, so great starting position this week. And then Denny Hamlin's on his outside. He actually won one of the races that we ran here last year.
So let's go back to row 3. A couple of our champions, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, each with 3 wins at Dover. Harvick is the only repeat winner in the last 8 races. Kyle has not won there since 2017. Let's go back to row 5 now, and we're going to find Joey Logano, the only active champion without a Dover win. In fact, 24 starts, only 4 top 5 finishes at Dover.
All right, we'll go to row 8. Take a look at Brad Keselowski, who actually won at Talladega earlier this year and was top 10 in both races at Dover last year. Had a tough week at Darlington, looking to recover. And then on his outside is going to be Alex Bowman. Won at Richmond earlier this year, had a tough last couple of races, but this has been a really good track for him. 3 top 5s in his last 4 Dover starts. Then you see there's our Daytona 500 winner, Michael McDowell, alongside Bubba Wallace, who has best finish of 16th 3 times this year, looking to better that today.
All the way back to row 14, Kurt Busch, our 2004 champion, not had a top 10 since Homestead, 1 Dover win back in 2011, 732 career starts, and it all started at Dover in September of 2000.
That's a good McNugget right there. How about that right there? And you told me the crew chief on that was Hollywood Hammond,
Jeff
right?
Hammond, yes it was.
All right, that's where some of the guys are starting today. Of course, everybody looking to add their name to those yellow names right there. That, of course, is the win list, 10 different winners. But what about the guys who have not won this season? Let's chat about them. To help us, we're going to bring Chris, Jeff, and Clint back in. Clint, let's start with you, and let's start with Denny Hamlin. Where do you think he's going to win before the playoffs start this season?
Man, he's not going to like this answer. I say Pocono. Side of his first win, I think Pocono is it, and that's the second half of the year. This is coming from a guy that is knocking on the door week in and week out. I know it's edgy, but I say Pocono.
And that wouldn't be on our air either, on our broadcast. All right, let's go to Jamie McMurray back in Charlotte. So how about Chase Elliott, the defending champ? Remember, it was late last year when he put on the run. So what does he get and where? His first win, Jamie?
Well, first off, I think that Chase Elliott can win at any track that we go to, but when I look at the tracks coming up, Charlotte is the one that sticks out. He ran first and second at those 2 races last year, had a shot to win both of them. And then if you think back to Kansas, the last 1.5-mile track we ran, he actually ran in the top 5.
Hello, McFly, Coda, road course.
I
hate it when I'm set up. I don't like that.
I just want Jeff to answer my question starting with man. All right, Jeff, we are going to talk about Kevin Harvick. Where do you think he's going to win before the playoffs?
Man!
There you go.
Well, first of all, I think Clint and I might eat our words on both of our answers here because I'm going with Michigan for Kevin Harvick. Listen, SHR, they're getting better. Rodney Childers giving better race cars to Kevin Harvick. Today could be a day, but I really think that they're not quite there yet, and I think it's going to happen the second half of the year when they get to Michigan.
I think they set us up for failure right there. We're definitely probably going to eat our words.
Yeah, but Harvick, 9 wins last year for Harvick. We're still waiting. Larry, before I ask your question, the PSI question, about he thought it was a detective show on USA Network. So it's a good thing I'm here to help these guys
you
out.
did good, Chris.
So Larry, we give you a tough one. Austin Dillon. Okay, where does he get his win?
So let me get this right. Gordon, Boyer, and McMurray had Harvick, Hamlin, and Elliott won 21 races last year. No disrespect to Austin Dillon. The man has 3 career wins. But with that said, what I got to do is stop working as hard and start politicking a little bit more. But I will say this.
48 laps? Last year,
Austin Dillon, I do think Daytona, the regular season finale, that's been a great racetrack for him. He won the Daytona 500 back in 2018. He has a couple top 5s, 8 top 10s. I think this is maybe where Austin Dillon can seal the deal and move on to the playoffs, Daytona in August.
Yeah, we're all winning because we get to hang out on Sundays together. We're all winning. We're all winning. Thanks, guys. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes. All right, we also want to take a minute to remind you about NASCAR Salutes presented by Coca-Cola, which honors current and former U.S. service members throughout the country. Today, we celebrate former U.S. Army Specialist Tim Clark. Clark served as a driver and a gunner on the M1 Abram tank during his 5 years of service. Clark was stationed at various posts in the U.S. and abroad, working now as the SVP and Chief Digital Officer at NASCAR. Clark oversees NASCAR digital media, original content, entertainment, sports betting, and esports. Fox Sports, of course, is honored to celebrate you and all of the other Spotlight members, not just this month, but all month long. Coming up here on race day, he's got 24 runner-up finishes, and he has his sights set on win number 2 of the season. Kyle Larson's going to join us live right here on race day. We'll be right back.
Larson leads almost 200 laps and comes so close.
Oh, Larson went hot. Why is he doing that? Here comes Brad Keselowski.
Second again, some kind of record this year, Kyle.
Just came up short.
Kyle Larson, runner-up.
Another second place for us.
A little bobble by Larson. Open the door, let me in. Kyle Larson takes home his 3rd top 2 finish of 2018.
Hate that I didn't win. This one stings because I feel like I was in the best spot out of anybody there. Just had a little brain fart, I guess.
This is going to be a tough one to swallow if you're Kyle Larson. Larson for 2nd.
Been beat by Kyle about every time I race here.
Second place finish.
Larson for 2nd.
That gets frustrating after a while.
I'm sure he would just like to remove that word second from the dictionary, have it just go away permanently. He does have 7 wins on top of all those second place finishes, 24 you see there. And one of those wins, including, of course, at Las Vegas this season. And listen, most drivers will look at the second place finishes and welcome those kind of days, but not every driver is Kyle Larson, who joins us now from Dover. Kyle, I know you heard the piece that we just ran, and I know we heard you say how frustrating it is to finish those second place finishes, but how much do you personally dissect one of those runner-up finishes to figure out what you guys could have done differently?
I mean, not every one of those seconds is disappointing. There's a lot of times where I probably didn't deserve to finish second, and we outperformed as a team and got that finish. So not all of them are bad, but yeah, I think anytime you do finish second, whether you had to work your tail off to get to second or you had the best car and finished second, you can learn from all those moments of what you could have maybe done better or try and do different next time to get the win. So, Cliff and our team, we've really studied a lot and looked at post-race stuff and what we all could have done different. Crew chief, spotter, myself, what we could do different. So we just try and grow and get better, and hopefully the wins will come a little bit easier.
Well, Kyle, I would like to say that you've had a busy week, but knowing you the way that I do, this is kind of a typical week for you. Wednesday night, you win a dirt late model race in Brownstown, Indiana. Then you go Friday and Saturday and you run a sprint car in Williams Grove, Pennsylvania. I won't tell everybody how you did in the sprint car, because you told me that wasn't very good. But then on Thursday, the point I'm getting to is on Thursday at 8 a.m. after getting home super late from Indiana, 8 a.m. You're working with Josh Wise. You're pictured here with Josh Bear, and you're preparing for the race at Dover this weekend. Can you just kind of walk us through what you do to prepare for a track like Dover, a track that you've actually already won at?
Yeah, well, I mean, all these places really I haven't been to in over years, so just trying to get kind of refreshed on things and look at things that maybe stood out from last year's event that that I might not have caught by watching the replays and things or looking at SMT. So it's been awesome to get to work with Josh Wise as well as all of his drivers that he has there. I think we can all pick each other's brains and learn off of one another. So yeah, that was a late night at Brownstown, and then I had a 5 a.m. flight home. Got home in time to shower, take Owen to school, and then go to work, and then have hours worth of meetings to try and get better and be a better race car driver.
So, Kyle, you're going to start fourth today, and you have 12 Cup starts at Dover. The last time you raced there in the fall of 2019, you went to Victory Lane. Half your starts have been top 5. Your average finish is 7th. You've led over 600 laps. The numbers are staggering for you at Dover. Would you say this is maybe one of your better tracks? And what is it that just suits you about this 1 mile concrete track?
Yeah, I think, really these last 2 weeks, I think Darlington and then Dover are probably statistically my 2 best tracks, with the average finishes and laps led and things, and then getting the win here last time I was here. So I don't know, I just really enjoy it. It's an aggressive kind of racetrack. You've got to be up on the wheel every lap, but you also have to have patience with the way you kind of get around here and make your moves and make your passes and really how you treat your tires too. So it's just a fun place. Like I said, it's fast and a lot of momentum, which I think suits me a lot.
I have a lot of energy, but listening to everything that he does, I feel like I'm not doing anything. Kyle, thank you so much for visiting with us today. Good luck today.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Absolutely. Certainly one of the hottest drivers right now, if not his entire career.
Yeah, I think he's probably the most talented guy in the Cup Series right now. He ran a dirt late model on Wednesday night, sprint car on Saturday night. He's in a Cup car on Sunday. Definitely one of the most talented guys.
But some people will say, right, he has those wins, but he also has all those second place finishes. So what about closing the deal?
Yeah, well, there is a but to everything. But listen, in his 7 wins, a couple of those wins, he didn't have the fastest car. Richmond and Michigan stick out to me. He didn't have a winning car, was able to have a good restart at the end, got to be able to win that race. But listen, I think the law averages will catch up with Kyle Larson at some point. He has all those second place finishes. I think at some point he's not going to have the best car, be able to get the wins. And I asked him the question similar to what you did, and he gave me that same answer in that he has all those second place finishes, but he didn't have a second place car that day. He had a 5th place car, an 8th place car, and he had a great restart. He made some good passes and was able to get to second. So a lot of seconds, but didn't necessarily have a car. He thought maybe he overachieved that day.
Yeah, it's fun to watch him for sure. Will be today out there in Dover. Still much more to come here on race day as we are going to hit the gas and pump the brakes and get you closer to green flag racing in Dover. We'll be right back. Back here on race day, cars are gridded, drivers are making their way down to the garage, and we are getting closer and closer to green flag racing down in Dover. There's Todd Gordon and his driver, Ryan Blaney. I didn't even know who that was at first. I couldn't even tell.
I get a feeling we may know who he is a little more maybe after today. I think he's going to run well.
Oh, all right. Starting 7th out there in Dover. Time now for Hit the Gas, Pump the Brakes, powered by Ram. All right, Kyle Busch has had really good back-to-back finishes. So we're going to say that's going to continue today. Top 5 finishes. He gets one today. What do you say?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great track for him. He's won here 3 times in the past. He ran 3rd here in the first race last year. And as you said, he's got a little momentum on his side. So hit the gas.
I'm going to pump the brakes. The last time he had 3 consecutive top 5s, you have to go back to 2019, and he only has 1 top 5 in his last 6 Dover starts.
All right, what about his brother Kurt? He's had a tough season outside the top 10 many weeks. So let's say he finishes inside the top 10 today. What do you say?
I'm going to pump the brakes. I don't mean to pick on the Busch brothers, but it has been a rough go since Homestead for Kurt, and he only has 1 top 10 finish in the last 4 trips to Dover. Starting deep in the field, just don't see it happening today.
Well, I'm going to hit the gas, and I'm so sorry to all of the Busch brother fans out there that Larry's negative Nancy today. But listen, Kurt Busch obviously has not had good results recently, but he's been fast.
William Byron earns his 11th straight top 10. What do you say?
Hit the gas. This is a great streak that he has going. He ran the top 5 the last race here last year, so hit the gas.
Hit the gas. The streak continues. Nothing's going to stop him today.
Nothing's going to stop him, just like Pitbull sang. And today is National Barbecue Day, so North Carolina has the best barbecue. What do you say?
Pump the brakes. The best barbecues in God's country. Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Dreamland Barbecue.
Dreamland, little white bread.
I'm going to pump the brakes, too. And one thing that I have never heard in my 44 years is that Alabama has good barbecue. I'm from the Midwest. That's where the best barbecue is, Kansas City area.
You've never heard of national championships
They have
in the
good
Midwest
football,
either.
and that is it. Do not listen to this man.
That was Hit the Gas, Pump the Brakes. We're going to head back out to the track. Hey, Chris, we're from South Florida. I don't even know if we have barbecue in South Florida, but I'll say that the best barbecue comes from South Florida.
It's called Gator, Shannon.
Good Cuban sandwich you get in South Florida.
My biggest beef when I moved to North Carolina, they actually think it's the barbecue capital of Earth,
the
man.
guy
There's
from
no
Kansas.
chance that it's
But is
capital.
it?
I like
Kansas
it all.
City barbecue. We were just there. Everybody loves
I'm from California. I like all barbecue.
Is it Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas City, Kansas?
Kansas, obviously, on the Kansas side. But it's like this barbecue slaw they have out in North Carolina. No way.
That's good. That's good stuff. All right, thank you, Jamie, Shannon, Larry. Appreciate it. Time to play 10 seconds. You're on the spot here at the Monster Mile. Now watch when the time runs out as it goes around. Miles the Monster kind of pounds the car. We'll go with you first.
Well, first of all, let's clarify. There's no way that Boyer's going to be able to do this in 10 seconds.
I know. He doesn't say hello in 10 seconds.
Well, you already blew that. We're already 10 seconds in.
Oh, look, he's firing back all of a sudden. All right. By the way, you've won here 5 times. You've won here 0, I think,
Well,
so, in the Cup Series.
This is going to be an easy answer. That's why we didn't need to take
All right,
up 10 seconds.
here you go. You're on the clock. Who ends up with the second most wins this season? Obviously, Truex, we're assuming, with 3 already.
Well, he's good at seconds, and his name is Kyle Larson, but he's going to get more wins. Trust me.
I agree with this. I hate to say it. 10 seconds, all you gave me. I agree with him.
No, we'll give you a reset on the clock. All right, who's the surprise driver you think? We're after this race, we're halfway to NASCAR's playoffs. So who would be a surprise to make the playoffs?
Yeah, I think it's Matt Dinabetto. I really do think it's him, and he's right there on the knot. Come a long ways in about a month's time. Prove to us that he can do it, and I think it's him.
All right, so
Stick with Matty D, please.
Matt,
I messed it up again.
Matt DiBenedetto.
I can do it. I can practice it 1,000 times. You put me on the spot. To give me 10 seconds to spit it out, I'll screw it up.
As I knew, he'd take up all the 10 seconds. Busher.
Thank you very much. All right, who has the best chance to win for the first time at Dover? So a driver who's never won here at Dover before.
You just heard the studio talking about him. He's on a streak here with top 10s, William Byron.
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to keep it in the house. I think Alex Bowman.
Okay.
The Hendrick cars are strong, and I feel like he's certainly a contender for that.
A shout out to Joey Logano, I would say, who has yet to win. We just saw him carrying his luggage. Is that what happens when you don't win at a track?
100%.
They make the start.
I asked the guy with him, I'm like, you won't even carry his bag?
Goodness, I was going to offer. Joey's like a all right, anyway, is there, here you go, is there a street course in the future, I'll start over here, for NASCAR? Where would you like it?
Chicago.
Nashville.
My kind of town, Nashville.
But the answer is yes.
Okay, so we will. I've heard New Orleans mentioned, and not a street race, but I've heard even the L.A. Coliseum may be working on a
I'd like
on a
to
race
see
there.
Seattle, somewhere up in there, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, and Nashville may be a future spot for an all-star race, too, after
I'm all
Texas.
for that.
All right, our bonus question. This trophy, of course, goes to the winner. You've had like 5 of these. Where do you put these? Are heavy. I don't know where you put these. So I remember last time we saw a trophy for the Super Bowl when the Buccaneers beat your Chiefs.
Yeah, don't do that to this.
This is one of the coolest trophies.
Let's show people, if you weren't watching that, this is how frustrated Chiefs fan
Yeah, that wasn't
Clint
very
Boyer
nice.
was. Yeah, it wasn't very nice. The Bucks are favored to win.
But this is cool. Say, hey, whoever wins, the car's going right here.
That's a cool spot.
Yeah. We can also put Jeff Gordon in the palm of my. That's how cool this trophy is.
Because of all the 5 wins that I have here at this racetrack.
And by the way, I think he had his vaccination, but Miles, just being safe.
Pull your mask off, everybody.
Let's check in. We have J.B. Little. We'll first check in with Regan Smith. Regan?
Chase Elliott originally scheduled to roll off in 8th position today. A little bit of news coming from your camp, though, Chase. Going to have to fall to the back for the 2nd week in a row. The good news is, though, one of your best tracks statistically and a previous winner here.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Appreciate all the effort throughout the week. Our Napa team has been working really hard just to try to, build on consistent finishes and perform like I know we can. So you know, obviously a long race, and like I say all the time, I feel like the good cars find their way to where they belong, and the bad cars do too. So hopefully we're moving forward and can get up towards the front.
Chase is always one of the better cars, so when we come to Dover, I'm sure by the end of this thing, we're going to see him up front.
Well, last weekend at Darlington, it was a very Keselowski, two-team type performance. What did you guys take from that race that can maybe help you today, being that your crew chief is once again out?
Yeah, that was a tough one for us for sure, Jamie. You know, big transition without having our car chief or crew chief for the last few weeks, and hopefully that'll change over the next few weeks, but, you know, still a lot of unknowns there. So we're just trying to get through this part of the season and the cards we've been dealt, and hopefully we'll have a strong run today. But we figured out what was wrong last week, and hopefully we were able to apply it and fix it for this week.
Well, you've been doing your homework. You were in the booth for our Xfinity Series
Yes.
race yesterday. I could tell you really enjoyed that perspective. What was your takeaway for today's race?
The monster was hungry yesterday, I'm going to tell you that. There was a lot of wrecks, so hopefully she's got her belly full, and today won't be so bad for us, and we can get through it. You know, we're not starting in the back, we're not starting up front, but right in the middle, which can be really dangerous at the start of the race here at Dover. So we need to get through that first part and then work our way forward and hopefully get a win.
All right, Brad Keselowski trying to rebound here at Dover, Chris.
All right, thank you very much, Jamie. Coming up, we're live on the track here in Delaware. NHRA is coming up after NASCAR. Bubba Wallace hops in that hot rod with a couple of other drivers. We'll have that, put it out, and a lot more.
Next week, we introduce the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. What a city, what a track. This world-class road course welcomes the premier racing series in America for the very first time. Don't miss this introduction, only on FS1.
All right, so we're looking forward to that. It's the second of the 7 road courses for this season. That's next Sunday right here on FS1. 20 turns. That ought to be fun. First time NASCAR's going there.
Very excited about this racetrack and the opportunity for our sport to get down there in that market. In that racetrack in particular, I think it's very technical. I think it's going to have some really dicey corners, and I think it's going to be wild. So
super technical, high-speed sections, heavy braking. Should be some good passing zones. This is going to put the best of our road racers to the full test.
That should be good for Chase Elliott. Looking forward to Austin next Sunday. But coming up after we finish here in Dover, Delaware, in the Monster Mile, it's NHRA from ZMAX, which is it's right across from or near Charlotte's Motor Speedway. NHRA 4-Wide Nationals continuing this weekend. And Bubba Wallace, along with Daniel Hemrick, kind of went over to check things out. And they took their own skills, actually, to the starting line.
Get the old day started here. Going to head to the gym and meet AB, Antron Brown, get a little workout in at Toyota Performance Center. Get our butts kicked a little bit. Good to see you.
Always, baby. Always.
Everything good?
Good, man. Good. Good, man. Don't kill this old man today, man.
You're in better shape than I am.
Shoot, remember, I do everything in short spurts, baby.
Okay.
One breath, I'm over. This is what takes you from being average to elite, baby.
I just flip the switch. Flip.
Who wants this, baby?
What do you do, Doc?
Championships ain't given. You gotta take them, baby. Sometimes you look back and go, what the hell's all this pain for? But when you win,
it's like,
then you like, it was worth it.
Daniel Hemrick is waiting on us at the drag strip. Him and I decided it would be a good idea to go warm up some dragsters. What up, Nitro?
Damn!
You live, though.
Holy
This ought to be fun. Daniel Hemrick, Bubba Wallace from NASCAR Country, and NHRA champion Sean Langdon and J.R. Todd 4-Wide.
Oh, hell.
Yeah.
those guys right there in our own backyard. I wish I was there Friday. Cash had some stuff going on, but man,
that's horsepower right there.
Talking. John Forrest, my man, is on the point. Qualified P1. Cannot wait to see that after our show.
And Bubba learned a valuable lesson that day. Better ear protection and a gas mask for that nitromethane.
Yeah, that's up to, what, 11,000 horsepower.
Just 11,000. It's more horsepower in one cylinder than we have in our whole race car.
All right, but you just don't go straight away out here. You guys have to make those turns carefully as we get ready for the start of this 400-mile race, the 13th race of the season. Ryan Blaney looking for some success here, and a little bit of a disappointing year for him so far.
Yeah, well, no top fives here at Dover, so he's looking to step things up right here today.
Alex Bowman, you guys think will enjoy some success starting 16th?
Get that hot rod ready, man. I think it's his day.
He was second here a couple of years ago, and there's the guy who's been dominating, and Martin Truex Jr.
Can anybody beat this guy here today? He is on a roll. More wins than anybody. Only driver in the field with multiple wins this season.
Definitely don't stink up our show, right?
His first career win came here. Martin Truex Jr., first career win here.
This cat right here, man, he's been racing all over the country this week. Been in a late model, been in a sprint car, one of them things with wings on them. I don't know, Jeff. Come of that. But, man, I tell you, this cat's ready to go. You want to talk about an aggressive racetrack? That's a rescue.
Whoa.
That's got
Talk about the high horsepower package.
Man, that's delivering the trophy here. Or hairspray for Chris Myers.
That looked like something from Artie Kempner's golf tournament that Jamie Little was talking about a little bit earlier. All right, we're going to talk live to Martin Truex Jr. He's dominated. What about the man behind Martin Truex Jr.? You'll get to know him a little better, plus the odds for today's race, and put it out. We continue live. Back with Jeff Gordon and Clint Boyer. We're live counting it down to the start of the race at the Monster Mile in Dover, Delaware. We'll be talking with Martin Truex Jr. in just a moment. And boy, if you've had an inclination to bet on the races this year, you've done pretty well because a favorite has not won, at least at the start of the race. Let's look at the long shots first. Jeff and Clint, anything jump out at you?
Well, I already mentioned Chris Buescher earlier. Overachieving. Can he win? I don't know, but 151, 150 to 1. Take those odds.
Big day there. I see Ryan Blaney, man. We just talked to him. You said he hadn't had a top 5 here. I think it's his day. Ryan Blaney.
And as far as favorites go, you know, Kyle Larson always second place, it seems, over his career. Martin Truex Jr., who has the 3 wins, who's won here 3 times, clearly the 3-1 favorite, maybe even break that streak of a non-favorite winning the race at the start here.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. But, you know, Kyle Busch has been really strong. I mean, so many of these guys can win here. And so I didn't even know how you rank them, except for the fact that Martin Truex Jr. starting on the pole just dominated and dominates this track.
I'm not going there. It ain't even going to pay to have him win, man. I'm going for Alex Bowman, the showman. We just saw him. I think it's his day, 18-1. I like them odds.
Well, speaking of a show, if you didn't watch the race last week, you missed a dominating performance from the driver of the 19 car, Martin Truex Jr.
Martin Truex Jr. and the 19 team, they've kind of made themselves the championship favorite.
Martin Truex is an upper echelon driver.
And Martin Truex has swept the stages at Darlington.
Man, this car is on a run.
Martin Truex Jr. wins the Goodyear 400 at Darlington.
Turn it down, Martin.
That's an inch ribbon right there.
Martin Truex right here. Dominant performance.
It's great to have Martin Truex joining us here. He's getting close to the trophy again, so look out today.
Wait till later. You're already claiming this thing? Yeah.
Hey, before we start talking, I want you to take a look at this. This is a guy I'm sure you're very familiar with. We're getting to know.
Melbourne, Australia. I'm colorblind. My big passion outside of racing is coffee. And once I'm done with all this, I'm going to be a barista. I love my 2 dogs, little Dachshunds, Archie and Rosie. My number in go-karts was 18, after Fox's own Bobby Labonte. I'm James Small, crew chief of the number 19 Toyota Camry.
Way to go. What a comeback. Second flag, bud. Hell yeah.
Martin Truex Jr. wins at Darlington.
So far this season, things have been going right when we've had great cars. He's hard to get to know, really. I've known him for a long time now, and he stays to himself, but we have a really good relationship.
So 400-mile thrill ride in the first stage.
This weekend at Dover, starting really strong from the pole, and it's one of Martin's best tracks. We've run well there the last 4 years. Just trying to capitalize on that and hopefully get another victory.
Man, I can relate to James Small. I've known this guy for a long time, race wheel to wheel with him. I still don't know that I know a whole lot about you, Martin Truex.
I like to hold a little bit back.
But we've heard you on the radio. You sound a little different.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody gets fired up when that helmet goes on. I don't care how nice you are. You guys all know. It's.
Oh, you're talking to these there?
Oh, yeah, you too.
Well, we love it. Hey, I wanted to show, too. I mean, you've been a champion in the sport. You won 8 races that year. This year already 3. We wanted to look at your career and maybe just get you to comment. If it was a stock market graphic here, look at how you've progressed. And I know there are a lot of factors here moving. And then it shoots up here, Martin, almost like gas prices have today for us. So it just kind of skyrockets. So you've learned a lot over the years. You've had success. You're in position again over the long haul of this season. When you see that, what does that tell you about where you are right now?
Well, that I'm having a lot of fun right now, and I really appreciate where I'm at. I've talked before about, some of them seasons were really tough, and you don't know where you're going to end up. You don't know if you're even going to be able to hang around this sport as long as you want to achieve your dreams and your goals. And really, when I went out to Colorado and got Barney Visser and Cole, Furniture, and all them guys, I mean, you've seen that chart right there. So I've been lucky to be with some great people and great teams, and obviously our team at JGR is really strong right now. Yeah, for me, Martin, moving forward, we all like to look ahead, and you guys are on point, firing on all cylinders right now. But looking ahead, is there a track that you and your crew chief, you and your team need to be better at, to stay in a championship hunt? I know you're going to laugh because you did earlier about Talladega, Daytona, but I mean, I'd throw Bristol in there. Bristol's been a tough one, and that's coming down to playoff time too. So Bristol for sure would be one.
Shoot, you were great at Bristol on the dirt track. You just didn't get the result.
Yeah.
How about? I've heard you already talk about sustaining this level of success through the summer months and the long haul to get the ultimate prize. So I don't know if pace yourself is the wrong word, but how would you explain that?
Well, I think you just got to keep pushing hard. I think our team, our guys, James and our engineers, and everybody at JGR, we just got to keep pushing hard to keep finding small things. This whole field gets better throughout the year. We all know that, especially when the playoffs come around. All your best stuff, your best ideas come in, and we just got to keep pushing and keep trying to win. But I don't think peaking too early is such a thing. I think in our best seasons, it's been the ones where we've scored the most points. We go into the playoffs with a cushion, something you can lean on if you have a bad week. We didn't have that last year, and it cost us.
Martin, you dominated last week. You're a past champion. You might dominate here today. When I think of some dominant performances, the first person that comes to mind is you. How in the world are you still considered an underrated race car driver?
I have no idea. and honestly, to answer your question, I don't really look at those things. I focus on me. I focus on working with my team and doing what I need to do to be the best. And, people talk. You have all kinds of stuff going on. And I guess I'm just quiet and I stay out of the spotlight.
Okay, we're going to change it right now here on Fox. Okay, I want you to shout it out to the world. I'm the best driver
I'm the
there
best,
is.
Damn it. Yeah, just take his lead. He'll tell you all about it.
Follow me.
We like it that you're reserved and subdued, and
that's right.
You catch some people off guard by that.
Just put your hot rod right here. That's the plan,
at the
brother.
end of the day, right? Hey, we did mention this is close. You're considered your home track, at least we do, from Mayotta, New Jersey. So that's got to be fun since you've had success here. You got to feel good coming in here on a roll and knowing this place as well as anybody.
Yeah, for sure. I've always loved coming here, and for whatever reason, this particular track, I don't know if it's because of my home track or what, but even in years when I was in stuff we weren't fast, we were struggling, whatever, we could come here and run good, run up front. I just love this place. I look forward to today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, be safe. Have a good race.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you always. Yeah, keep up the good work, all right?
Try.
You got your agent.
Don't stink it up too bad.
I'm going to try to, I promise you.
Agent and promoter right here. We should have kept him as our guest, Put It Out. But we'll start with Put It Out, and we thank you for sending in all of those videos.
How about 2006 here? Jimmy Johnson goes for a spin qualifying. How in the world do you not hit the wall spinning out off of turn 4 here at Dover? That's not the Put It Out, though. The Put It Out is he needed a new uniform after that.
You were happy for obvious reasons. Speaking of turn 4, this is Matt Kenseth, former champ of the sport 2004, and he kind of loses it here. barrier and right into yes, a safer barrier, massive hit, and it was safer for him. He ended up walking away. Again, a two-time Daytona 500 champ, Matt Kenseth, one of the great drivers of the sport.
Put it out. Definitely put it out there. I remember those. How about this one? Carly did him dirty. Rex Logano into the wall. Me almost flipped. My own spring of the car hits my crew guy. I'll never forget. Jeff, I went into the infield care center and looked over his blood everywhere. I'm like, what in the world's going on? It was my own guy. That's how bad that was. Put it out. Woo! Look at that.
That's good stuff.
I spent a lot of Kevin Harvick's money that day is what I did.
How about what won the internet? You thank people we love for sending in.
Man. I don't know where this came. Everybody said it, put it out. This is a put it out. Wrecked the whole field. Little bit of rain. No chance. No. Everybody's in a wall.
The track is over there.
Follow me, boys. We're going in the fence.
Hey,
put it out.
we might be seeing this from next week at COTA. That turn was pretty hairy.
Hey, real quick, how many wins do you think Martin Truex captures this year, by the way? Give me the number.
Oh, I think you're looking at 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
8?
Yeah.
I mean,
shots fired.
Yeah, 8.
8's his career
mark. At this point, all of them. The remaining races.
All right,
he was dominant.
Last year, Harvick won 9. All right, thanks. Clinton Jeff headed up to the booth to call the race with Mike Joy. We look forward to that. Let's check in with Michael Waltrip. Michael?
Hi, Chris. I'm down on the grid. We've got a bunch of drivers lined up to talk to. First of all, I'm going to introduce the world to Josh Berry. He's been so successful lately. Here's his beautiful car. Josh, you ready to go racing, buddy?
Yeah, it's awesome. Just a great opportunity for me today. I had a great race yesterday. I just got to thank Bauer Motorsports for choosing me under these, interesting circumstances, and we're just going to try to make all the laps and have a good day today.
Oh, good. There's going to be more grid walk coming up. Wanted to get with Josh. He's a little bit nervous. Just got back from the bathroom. So let's go, boys.
I am tradition, passed down from the families that race to the ones that watch us every weekend.
It's all I've ever known, racing.
I was fortunate to be in victory lane 20 years ago, and I'm here again.
I am meant to be passed down from one generation to the next. Because the only thing better than seeing a race is sharing it with someone. I am NASCAR.
We thank you for watching Race Day, being a part of NASCAR on Fox and FS1, continuing live from Dover International Speedway. The sun has broken through, less clouds, and it's heating up, warming up for this 400-mile race as you get a good look at the track and the scene, fans in attendance. And Michael Waltrip is back, as you heard him mentioning the grid walk. Michael, take it away.
Oh, you got it, Chris. I'm going to catch up with Kurt Busch. Kurt, the sun's shining, a lot of horsepower, low downforce. How much are you looking forward to slipping and sliding today?
Yeah, this is going to be a good day. We've been struggling on short run speed, and Dover's usually about long run speed. So got a great car with Yorktail, pure agility. It's been helping medical people and personnel and first responders all connect better. So a gorgeous car today. They're up in the grandstands rooting a song. I'm feeling it.
It just feels so great to have the fans here.
And we're smiling with no masks on. Yes, sir.
And I want to tell you, you look good. That's a fashion statement there with
doing
that
my
uniform.
best here. Trying to pull off the weight.
All right, here's Anthony Alfredo. Anthony, are you ready for this challenge that Dover Downs, this big, monstrous racetrack is?
Definitely. It's going to be a lot of fun. Done my homework, a lot of studying, a lot of time with Ford Performance on the simulator. Make sure Miles the Monster doesn't bite us today, but I'm excited to get after it. It should be a great time, and the energy is incredible from this fans today.
Oh, it's just energy. I feel it. I want to tell you, she bites. The monster does bite.
Yeah, hopefully it's not us today. We'll try to be on our good side today.
Can I have some cash, please?
Yeah, we'll get it to you fast, that's for sure.
All right, have fun, buddy. Let's see what Corey LaJoie is up to. Corey, 3 of the last 4 races, you finished 22nd or better, and I know you're stacking pennies, but that's great for your young team.
One good result at a time. So got this Drydene hot rod here, give them another one, top 22.
You feeling like this is your home track, sort of, or not?
I love this place, so I'll call it a home track.
Yeah, it's a challenge for sure. Yeah. Have fun. Let's see who's next. Daniel Suarez. My friend Daniel. Daniel, when I think of Dover, I think ruckus. It's crazy out there. It's wild. You've won here in the Xfinity car. You've had a good season so far.
It's been good. It's been good, Mikey. But we're trying to make it even better. I love this place. It's one of my favorite racetracks, so we're looking forward to drive to the front and to get wild.
You think there's going to be racing up against the wall to the bottom? How do you feel it's going to play out here?
Right now it's very sunny, so I think that, that definitely we're going to go to a wall, but I think the second half of the race is going to be more cloudy, so probably it will take more laps for us to get up there, but we're going to get there.
Is there any way you could sing me a Pitbull song? You got anything?
Dale. That's it. That's all I got.
That's all you got? That's pretty good, though. Have fun,
Adios,
bud.
amigo.
Adios. Have fun. Eric Jones, number 43 here. Got my microphones coming to you. You ready to go, bud?
Yeah, sure. I like Dover. You like Dover?
I love Dover. I won here before you were born. It's always been a fun track, but these sunny conditions, I'm curious as to how much you feel like you're going to be slipping and sliding.
A lot. You would think with concrete you'd be slipping and sliding too much, but it seems like this place is pretty temperature sensitive, so it'll be fun. Be a good workout.
Well, good. Make the king proud. I know you will. Have a good day.
Thanks.
See if we can. Hey, Bubba, what'd you have for breakfast?
Breakfast?
Yeah.
We shared McDonald's together, man. That was good. You bought a meal. Thank you.
Hey, tell me a little bit more about that NHRA experience. I could just feel your excitement and your energy.
I think I still got a little bit of nitro in my lungs after warming up J.R. Todd's funny car. That was an eye-opening experience, although my eyes were closed because of the fumes, but still a good time.
Well, drive that McDonald's car as fast as you did through the drive-in window this morning, and appreciate breakfast.
I will. Thanks, sir.
Here we go. One of my friends, the Daytona 500 champion. Look at him. That smile is still on your face, Michael.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it'll go away forever. It's something you always remember, and it's beautiful, sunny out. We got fans here at Dover, so there's a lot to smile about for sure.
What's your morning been like? I'm just curious, as a racer, former racer. You haven't been in that car. What have you been doing? How do you feel?
This is the first morning in a long time I've been in the garage and got to hang out with my guys and see them and hang out a little bit. So it's been really nice, actually. Kind of a breath of fresh air to be able to see my guys and hang out a little bit.
I love it. I'm going to get it over to Chris Myers. He's going to lead us to the driver start your engines. The fans are in the stands. The sun's in the sky. The drivers are all nervous and excited about the monster. Who's going to tame it, Chris?
I don't know, Michael. That's why we'll watch. Dover International Speedway. We're 75 miles from the Liberty Bell. We're 95 miles from the White House, 160 miles from the Statue of Liberty, and in the heart of NASCAR right now, our opening ceremonies from Delaware.
Would you please rise at this time, and gentlemen, remove your hats? Giving today's invocation, pastor of Calvary Assembly of God in Hightstown, New Jersey, Reverend Dan Schaefer.
Almighty God, we gather together today to have a great time with racing at the Monster Mile. We thank you for our great country. We thank you for our military, our police officers, our firefighters, and our EMT. We thank you for all the fans here today. And now, as we always do, we ask that we pray for a great race, for a safe race. We pray in Christ's name, amen. Shalom.
Please remain standing, as here to perform the national anthem, Broken Bow recording artist and U.S. Army veteran whose album God, Family, and Country is out now, Craig Morgan.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good scene here in Dover, Delaware. The drivers, the owners, the teams are ready. Glad you are too to join in and watch along with us. Halfway to NASCAR's playoffs after this race. The next four, and fans, by the way, the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox Memorial Day weekend, open to the public, could sell it out if you all want to go. So we hope you join us. But next Sunday, as we mentioned, Austin, Texas, NASCAR racing there. It's a road course, the second of 7 road courses on the schedule this year. Then the Coke 600, Sonoma, the Wine Country, and the All-Star race out in Texas Motor Speedway. You can win some money there if you've been paying close attention to the odds on the show. But Clint's Fox Bet Super 6 Stage 2 contest continues. It's your chance to win $10,000 of his money. Download the app, pick 6 race outcomes about Stage 2. That's for your shot to win. It's free to play. We don't want you to miss out, so play now while there is still some time left. Race fans and drivers know Dover, Delaware very well. We want you to know it a little bit better. The first state.
It's home to thrills, chills, and a whole lot of spills. A cornerstone of NASCAR history, located in the heart of our country's first state. Our forefathers deemed this land the very beginning of the U.S. of A., the first of the 13 colonies to ratify the U.S. Constitution, the first to take the plunge and believe in something bigger than themselves. The small wonder of the North still has some of the best and the boldest. Half a century full of new faces making their mark and old ones leaving their legacy. This track was born out of tradition, liberty, independence, and a whole lot of racing. This is Dover.
And the drivers in their cars focusing. There's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. It's funny, he's getting ready like I get ready for a show with the hair. It's all about the hair. Thanks for watching Race Day.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, President of Drydene Performance Products, Dave Klinger.
Welcome, race fans, to this year's Drydene 400 at the legendary Monster Mile. On behalf of Drydene Performance Products, our employees, and all of Team Drydene, drivers, start your engines!
Stop Martin Truex Jr. They're all out here to try and do it today.
Run.
See that old fossil out front? Shouldn't scare you. Think of it as more of a metaphor than a monster. The crusted concrete behind it, oh, well, now that's a different beast. The kind that chews on tire and swallows steel, and only loses because it has to. Those who conquer it, a different breed, with a preference for pace and disdain for imperfection. And that ain't a figure of speech. Dover is next.
After seeing that, I'm scared. I mean, welcome to NASCAR Cup Series racing from Dover International Speedway on FS1, presented by Credible.com. This has been a wonderful place to race in the Northeast since ground was broken in '66. The first race held in 1969. This was built as a 1-mile super speedway and 5/8 mile horse track within. and has operated as such since. Yes, those are NASCAR drivers in 1981, and only time that ever happened. Neil Bonnet among the many winners at this racetrack, but you need a lot more than 1 horsepower if you're going to succeed here at Dover today for 400 miles. Clint, you've had top 5s and top 10s at this place, but what is it about this track? It's only a mile around that so fills your need for speed.
It's that monster, and I'm telling you folks, this place is a monster. When I came to this racetrack, you literally have a conversation with yourself. All right, Clint, sensation of speed is through the roof. Feel faster than any track we go to right here at Dover. Elevation changes, G-loads. When you got out of this thing at the end of the day, boy, you were slap wore out.
And it's not just sensation of speed. You're talking about speeds up to 170 miles per hour on this 1 mile high banked oval. And that's going to create mayhem and chaos for some of these drivers here today. Look how things just funnel to that inside wall in the straightaways, gathering multiple cars. We see wrecks like this on super speedways, not on 1 mile racetracks. Even yesterday in the Xfinity race, we saw one car on top of another.
It is quite a place. And it's one of our favorite places to come and see a race because you have a lot of choices, multiple grooves here, for instance. Well, one of the drivers that's on a roll, and no, I don't mean Martin Truex. We're going to have plenty to say about him, and Clint and Jeff talked to him earlier. But a fellow who's riding a big string of top 10s is William Byron.
Let's get a hold of him. Hey, Willie B, it's Boyer on the booth. You got me?
Yeah, man, I got you.
All right, Hot Rod, 10 top 10s, baby. I think Jeff's starting to get nervous, by the way. Holding that record, he's getting nervous. You got him on his heels. But this racetrack in particular, good starting spot. How are you going to win this race?
Yeah, man, we'd love to get in the top 10, but we'd really love to win. So, yeah, we're focused on winning today, and, you know, I feel like this place changes so much each run, so just got to keep up with it, got to keep our feet back good. We've been doing a good job of executing in the pits and kind of just working our race, so we're going to race our race and see what happens.
Well, man, good luck. We're going to be watching. Been doing a great job, very consistent. It's time for a win, baby.
Yeah, man, thank you, guys.
So let's have a look at our credible.com starting grid for today's race. Martin Win Everything Truex, 3 times a winner here. Top 2 the last 4 races here. Denny Hamlin, 9 top 5s in 2021. Won at Dover last year. There's William Byron coming off 10 straight top 10 finishes. And Kyle Larson, the last time he was here, he won.
And in row 3 on the inside, Kevin Harvick, 3-time Dover winner and our most recent winner here at Dover. Alongside him on the outside starting 6, Kyle Busch, also a 3-time Dover winner.
About this row, Ryan Blaney never finished in the top 5. I think that changes today. This is a guy that's certainly capable of getting the job done right here. Chase Elliott coming from the back. Last win was October 2018 Dover winner, so be looking for him to make some noise coming up through the field.
Row 5, Joey Logano on a streak of 3 races without a top 10. And hey, they say we never talk about Chris Buescher. Here he is in 10th place for Roush Fenway. Top 10 in his last 2 races. Having a great season. Beginning with Christopher Bell, everybody's on the ticker along the bottom of the screen, back through 37th place as we check in with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, let me tell you another part of Dover that can be a monster. And I don't mean in size. We are talking about pit road. It is a very tough pit road to get onto under green. Pit road speed, 35 miles per hour. The last 8 races at Dover, we've had 37 pit road speeding penalties. And it's very tight. It's almost hard to run side by side down this pit road. In fact, Clint Boyer told me he a lot of times would just back off where he didn't put himself in harm's way. So, Mike, the bottom line, give and take on the racetrack, but you better have give and take on pit road.
Thanks, Larry Mack. And speaking of pit road, 2 of the best down there patrolling the pit lane for us. Let's begin with Jamie Little.
Hey, Mike. Well, Brad Keselowski is coming off one of his worst finishes of the year at Darlington. Not only was his car a handful, but his crew chief, Jeremy Bullins, was out for COVID protocols. And on top of that, his car chief has been out because of his surgery. Well, bad news for 2 fans. They're both out today as well. Brad told me, though, the good news is they learned a lot last weekend, and they hope that helps them today. Brad told me his biggest concern, though, is starting mid-pack right now and being caught up early. He knows that monster is hungry. Regan Smith.
Jamie, Kyle Larson, as well as his crew chief Cliff Daniels, have both been involved with wins at Dover Raceway. But conventional wisdom would say that's a piece of cake. Put these guys together, nothing could possibly go wrong. Cliff told me earlier today, though, he had to completely rethink how he sets up a race car because his previous driver, Jimmy Johnson, drove this track so much differently than what Kyle Larson did. He feels like they got him the right setup, tuned in on that race car, and they can continue on their strong finishes that they've been having this year.
Thanks, Regan. Drivers checking their pit road speed as we have a look at our Credit One race analysis. To go 400 miles on this 1 mile super speedway, stages 1 and 2, 120 laps each. Then the final stage, pit road speed 35 miles an hour, fuel window 95 to 100 laps. Let's make that final stage 160 laps. Still looking for win number 1 of 2021, with 21 wins last year between them and a big fat goose egg this year.
Hard to believe, Mike.
And no one reason why for any one of these, right?
Well, just a lot of parity in the sport, and you know, some guys that have really come to the front that maybe were a little bit unexpected, and these guys are now playing catch up.
But that's nothing new that we see in the sport over the years. I mean, I can tell you in my career, you know, you get on that wave and you ride it. That wave eventually fizzles out.
And you know what? A lot of things happen over the offseason where teams catch up to you also.
All right, slather up that sunscreen and let's get ready. A rock here in Dover. One more lap, and we will go green.
Man, check out this crowd here today.
Yeah, on their feet. Beautiful day.
And great to see these tracks opening up again. Charlotte will be at full capacity for Memorial Day weekend, 100%. So our Fox Ride Along program, Kevin Harvick, the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam in his number 4 Mustang. Matt DiBenedetto carries the Ford Performance camera in his number 21 Mustang. Bubba Wallace, the McDonald's cam, on board his number 23 Camry. And Ricky Stenhouse carrying the Bush's Best cam in his Camaro.
And they're going to be using that right side headrest there, Mike, because this track pulls some G's, long sustained G's, really hard on the body here to run 400 laps at Dover.
All right, to the rear, Chase Elliott, 2 inspection failures. Ryan Newman, unapproved adjustments on his number 6. And the 77, big story there, due to COVID. They need a replacement driver for this week, and they have chosen Josh Berry. And what a weekend Josh has had. Second in the ARCA race, runner-up in the $100,000 Dash for Cash winner yesterday in the Xfinity race. Justin Haley will be back, of course.
Definitely not done hearing his name. Josh Berry's done such a fantastic job. I think he's literally on the brink. He needs a little bit of sponsorship. I guarantee you, Dale Jr. is the right cat to be able to find that, right, Jeff?
Seize the moment. Take advantage of this opportunity.
Here we go, boys.
Green flag. How we ended at Darlington.
I imagine these two guys are going to be battling it out, not just all day today, but all season.
Byron and Busch for 4th.
See the advantage of that bottom groove. You might be able to carry some momentum on the start, on those restarts on that outside, maybe for a lap, but then that bottom lane is really going to prevail until we get some time and laps on these Goodyear tires.
And starting off probably pretty free right here. If I'm wanting to start this race, I want to feel my car pretty sideways because I know it's going to come to me on a long run. You need long run speed at a track like
we
this.
saw the 5 of Kyle Larson fired in there behind our leader, Mark Truex Jr., and it got loose big time going into turn 3 behind him.
Yeah, I've never failed. You come out of here, you start this race, and that thing, you got a whole handful of wheel, and she's tight already. This early, you're in big trouble. Whoa!
And don't clip that apron. There's a lot less banking there as we see William Byron going to third place around Denny Hamlin.
Ricky Stenhouse on the outside. Don't know if there was contact between he and Bubba Wallace.
No, he sensed it. He felt it. He knew he needed to move up the racetrack. That was, really quick hands by both of those drivers.
That's such a good point, too, Jeff. Like, you don't always see that car, but you can hear him. The other thing, you can feel it and you can hear him. When they crack out of the throttle, you hear the old pipes crackle and that car underneath of you, Jeff. How many times you're like, whoa, I'm in trouble.
Now, so we're going to go back and we're going to replay this. If you watch Bubba Wallace in the 23 car, watch him get really close and clip that apron just the slightest bit. See right there, that's what makes that car go up the racetrack. And when he did that, the 47, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., saw that out of the corner of his eye.
Plus, situation analysis. Here's Ricky. Who's inside me? What's possible? What could happen? Did happen.
Well, what could happen didn't happen.
Yes, you are right.
There's a lot of good happens at this place. And it all comes to those cars underneath of you.
I love this viewpoint as you're right on board with Bubba Wallace in our visor cam. Man, look at the banking and how long you are in the banking, how much it's pulling your body. And you can actually see Bubba start to tilt his head a little bit as he gets down into the corner to fight against those G's.
The other thing,
his head's pulling.
If you hear along right here, this is such an important part. You've got to be able to have a car free enough that you can stay with the throttle. When he goes in this corner, you'll hear him pick the throttle up right here, Mike.
Now, if you're already tilting your head at
the key is right there when he lifts. At that 5/8 mark, you've got to be able to carry the throttle and stay with it all the way up.
So there's vertical G's that pulls you, down into the racetrack. Then there's lateral G's. So watch it compress his body on those vertical G's, pushing him into the racetrack.
Rise back up on the straightaway.
Got to stretch that neck and spine out before you hit that next corner.
And then the banking just compresses you into that seat in the corners.
Plus in turn 3, and you saw a little bit of it riding on board. His car's riding pretty good, pretty smooth, but there's some huge bumps, about 4 big bumps going into turn 3 as he loads into banking.
Yeah, guys, we talked about it on the pre-race show. When you go from the straightaway down to the bottom of the corner, it's an elevation change of 15 feet, which is equivalent to 2 stories.
Wow. Since the start of this race, Chase Elliott is up 12 positions from 36th. So if you're leaning into the seat that far on lap 6, what's that going to feel like about lap 396?
Oh, your head's going to feel like it's 1,000 pounds. Look at this move by William Byron. You were talking to him on the radio, Clint, to start this race. Man, Rudy Fugel's got that thing dialed in. He went around the outside of Kyle Larson for second.
So, not to name drop, but last night at the next table at dinner were William Byron, his dad Bill, and his uncle. At the next table, Josh Berry and his group. And Bill Byron walked over, congratulated Josh on a great run, picked up the dinner tab for the Berries. All right. A class act.
Yeah,
huh?
William
Next time you see him at dinner somewhere, call me. Sit down.
There's Josh Berry in the 77, filling in for Haley.
I can guarantee you those two sitting beside you didn't pick your check up, did they?
No, actually, we went to dinner.
I didn't bring cash.
We went to dinner with Jay Fabian and Scott Miller, the NASCAR officials that run this series. And when the waitress came up with the check, Scott just pointed to the other end of the table, and our producer, Barry
It's the
Landis,
worst part about a driver. It says it right on the door of a Brinks track. Driver carries no cash.
Right. There you go. But we had a great time.
I'll tell you what, Willie B is rolling.
Concrete and crab cakes. Only at Dover. Jersey's own Martin Truex Jr. has led every lap so far. Surprise, surprise. How quickly things change while we were away. Martin Truex goes low on the lapped car of Josh Bilicki and William Byron. Rockets by for the lead. Then here comes Kyle Larson. He catches Truex, pins him behind a lapped car, and Martin drops to third. It's not over. Here comes Harvick. Just 2 laps ago. Looking high. and making the pass. Now, this all happened within 2 minutes. Martin led the first 15 laps. What's going on with the 19?
Well, first of all, James Small, Martin Truex Jr. have made it look so easy this year when they've gone to victory lane like they did at Darlington without any practice, getting that setup of that race car, the heights, the balance, everything perfect. Well, this goes to show you it's not that easy, guys.
Yeah, and with clean air, you know, he had this, because of his win, starts out front, has the clean air, just needs an adjustment. We're going to get to this stage break. I can promise you see some wedge wrenches and some air pressure adjustments coming their way.
Yeah, and we keep hearing that it's
turn 2. Oh, a big slip and slide. I thought that car was gone and going to take 3 of them with it. Sorry.
Well, you rarely just take yourself out when you go, get in a wreck or make contact with somebody at this racetrack as fast as things are moving. But going back to Martin Truex Jr., I'm hearing the front nose is just not gripping, doesn't have the front turn he needs.
Things got a little busy down in turns 1 and 2. Chase Briscoe under Bubba Wallace. And we had that, and we also had a car flat sideways in turn 2. Don't know how he saved it, but did.
So easy to do when you come off of turn 2, Jeff. You're coming up, you have so much inertia, so much momentum, a handful of wheel in it, and when that thing snaps right there, it gets your attention.
Uh-oh, what's going on here with Kyle Busch?
Well, our cameramen around the course report in that car sounds like the engine's not firing on all 8.
Yeah, he's a half a second a lap off right now for most of the leaders.
Oh, definitely, I can hear it.
Not right.
Yeah, definitely sick down a cylinder. Sometimes, usually that doesn't fix itself. Sometimes it's a plug wire or something like that, if you're lucky.
Here's what they're saying about it.
Forward up. Yep. Going home, boys. Back it up. Yeah, I hear you. Make sure you got all your switches where you need. Recycle it if you need. Don't smoke yet. Where your fast. 275, 300.
By the way, the car that was in turn 2 that almost spun by himself was Tyler Reddick. He gathered it back and continues without incident in 13th place.
And I'm not going to second guess Kyle Busch. He knows what he's feeling inside that race car. But I've had plenty of gremlins that have popped up that made me think the car was blowing up and the engine was blown up. And you never know. It potentially could be something that you mentioned.
Him asking him the temperatures and they sounded pretty high. That's usually a tell-all sign too. Boy, that 5 car's loose right there.
Well, the 5 car started really loose, and now as this track's tightening up, laying rubber down, I think it's starting to come to him. See these guys, there's what I like, what I'm seeing right now, Clint, moving up that racetrack. We're seeing a wide group. We talked about guys wrapping the bottom. Now we're starting to see these guys run that diamond groove all the way up to the, maybe not all the way to the wall, but pretty high up.
Searching for concrete that doesn't have rubber in it. You know, it rubbers up down there and the bottom starts to get really slick, move around, find new real estate.
Well, relief is on the way. We'll have a competition caution here at lap 35. Here are today's Ford Performance Track Facts. Ford, winner of the last 2 here at Dover. Not the last 2, but the last 2 Ford wins are Kevin Harvick, spring of 2018 and the fall of last year. Top 10 in his last 6 Dover starts. And Harvick running 3rd.
I think Kevin Harvick was listening to our pre-race. He heard me say he's not going to win to Michigan. He's one of the fastest cars out there right now. Might make me a liar today.
So William Byron has been out front for the last 16 laps. Prior to today, he only had 7 total laps led at Dover. Chase Elliott plus 19 from the start of this race, right there behind Bubba Wallace. As you look back. Now, Martin Truex has pretty much settled in 4th place for now. Jamie?
Yeah, Mike, he started on the pole and slipped back. And, Jeff, you mentioned it. He's just sliding the nose when he gets in the rubber as his teammate Denny Hamlin closes the gap. Just an update, though. Many of these drivers, including Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin, on this competition caution, they want to take 4 tires, make any adjustments, and then try to set themselves up to make it to the end of this stage.
That comp caution coming shortly.
Hard to believe. There's a lot of cars in trouble. Just in 30 laps here, these guys are already on the brink of going a lap down. This group right here, that's why they're racing so hard.
And they'll stay on the lead lap. You see William Byron right behind that group.
And you see
closing fast.
In second place, Larson trying to take advantage of hitting those lap cars first. That's what I call a gaggle of cars right there.
Sure is.
Man.
These guys are screaming, put it out, hurry up, put it out.
Oh, they should have watched the pre-race.
That's not a put
They
it out.
didn't need to put it out. There it is, put it out.
Now, what I like there was William Byron allowed Ryan Preece to pass in turn 2 and stay on the lead lap. A couple of those behind him weren't quite so fortunate.
Those favors will come back your way someday.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
And Ryan Newman was the other that stayed on the lead lap because of that.
I don't think he'll remember that favor.
Oh, come on.
He never remembered mine.
Larry Mack.
Yeah, let's take a look at our PNC race strategies. Race strategy here is the type of strategy that keeps crew chiefs awake at night. Split all 3 stages in half, even stage 1 after the competition caution. We're going to go back racing around 40 to 42 according to Jamie Little. They may be looking at doing some other options there. If you're off just a little bit maybe from the leaders, don't be afraid to go long under green and hope to catch that caution. And if we run only maybe 15, 20 laps or less on a set of tires and your car's handling well, consider doing right sides only for track position. Track position, Mike, is still key, and that's the PNC race strategy.
Thanks, Larry Mack. Pit road is open. Remember, we only race once at Dover this year. There is no Dover race in the playoffs, so nobody's planning for that. Byron's in. Here's Regan.
William Byron, the very first pit stall off of the racetrack. His race car started off just a little bit too tight for him early in that run. Got loose later on as the run went on. The 5 car of Kyle Larson, that car loads tight, getting into the corners, ended up freeing up as well as the run went on. And Kevin Harvick in the 4 car got loose as the track took rubber. He was struggling over the rubber some. Jamie?
Bottom left, the 11 of Denny Hamlin said he's loose in, and when he slows up to try to get it better, it gets freer. He needs more security. A 4-tire stop here than 19. Martin Truex Jr. said it just does not feel good. I can't move around, he said. They're going to add some stagger here with that air pressure. Make another adjustment in 4 tires for Truex.
Upper left, that could be trouble, and they made it work. You just don't want to be side by side on this pit road, and Larson and Byron were all the way down.
They made it work, but it's so hard not to speed in that situation when you're all the way down pit road, side by side like they were.
Enter Clint's Fox Bet Super 6 Stage 2 contest to win your share of $10,000 of Clint's money. Download the app, pick 6 race outcomes about Stage 2 for your shot to win. Free to play. Don't miss out. You might even get one of those beautiful Clint Boyer t-shirts that I saw.
Man, I'll tell you what,
this weekend.
Are you sure I got to give 10 grand out that casino on the back straightaway? Took most of it, folks.
Wait a week.
Ask if you had any left.
I'm going to have to get a loan, pay my people off.
Okay. Speeding. Tyler Reddick, Michael McDowell, Corey LaJoie. All speeding penalties. And Martin Truex came out 12th because, get this, a lug nut fell and interfered with the mechanism of the jack, so the jack wouldn't go up or down, and Truex comes out 12th.
It happens. It surprises me that those lug nuts don't cause more havoc. They're literally everywhere after these pit stops, all over the place.
Michael McDowell reports his brake pedal's going to the floor. Kyle Busch says the problem with his engine is internal. We're going to run it till it blows up.
Oh, I just heard it go by.
Yeah.
Won't be long. Yeah, won't be long now.
Definitely sick.
Kyle Larson takes off with the lead from Harvick, Boyer, Blaney, Hamlin, and Chris Buescher.
Jeff Gordon, you said it. I think you might be in trouble with your words. I think you made old Kevin Harvick mad.
I think so, man. He is rolling. That thing's looking good. Looking like the old Harvick.
Martin Truex has picked up 1 spot to 11th. Jamie?
Well, you guys mentioned that lug nut issue got stuck in the jack on the left side. David O'Dell, the jack man, good heads up. He realized it right away. Shook that jack a few times. It took 3 pumps, but they were able to get the car up. And on top of that, guys, Martin Truex Jr. on the nose, he had some debris damage that they tried to repair quickly on that stop, too.
It's a dangerous game trying to get that debris off the front nose sometimes.
I mean, it's looking like they went to the luck bank a few too many times these last couple of weeks. Now, everything's not going their way. But it's early. William Byron reporting a brake issue.
Well, we're hearing a couple guys having some brake issues. Remember this little spoiler on that back deck lid? You can see it right there in the 20 car. And then you've got all that horsepower. You're using a lot more brakes getting into the corners.
Here's William Byron about brakes.
Yeah, I've got like no brake pedal in. Copy that, no brake pedal. Yeah, they're going to the floor. Let's see you just try to be off it as much as you can here. Make them live here. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't imagine, you know, this is a track where you don't typically use a lot of brakes. And so you're going to run pretty small brakes here because of it. But there's also, all those bumps over in turn 3 can knock those pads back. Here's a little contact.
Whoa! Got loose underneath them. Chase Briscoe in the 14 just got loose and got up into him. That could have been turned him around and been the end. I mean, that's pretty much textbook crash right there. The start of it just didn't happen.
A little bit of damage to that right front fender on Chase Briscoe you saw there as he went by.
Same battle here. And yeah, they're all wadded up just like they were before the competition caution back here for about 16th. How about Chase Elliott? Had to start in the rear. He's found his way to the top 10. Engine number 9, chugging along.
Hey, Larry, I'm really curious about hearing these guys and hearing William Byron talk about brakes. Is there anything that Rudy Fugle and this team can do on a pit stop that maybe can open up those brake ducts and get some cooling there?
Well, and that's the thing we've been going back and looking at, Jeff, is to see how much opening some of these guys have. You and I both know, and Clint knows, as much time as you spend in the corners here, you want all the front downforce that you can. So it looks like a lot of them have been very aggressive with tape on those left and right front brake ducts. So that's the only thing you can do, is just give the front end more opening to cool those brakes.
But, all right, so that's what Larry can do. As a driver, Jeff, in that car, especially at a track like this, Mike, you've got to be able to help them. When your car's loose, which if you're going to run that bottom, it's loose. I'm telling you right now, your car's neutral to free, and watching William Byron, it is loose. You're dragging your brake a little bit. It keeps your car underneath of you, keeps it calmed down, keeps it, you know, it's your insurance program. You got to get off that thing. Keep the heat off of them, back off of them, help your crew chief.
Yeah, I may not have ever used a lot of brake here at Dover, but I use the brakes every corner to, like you said, just to modulate it, taper off those brakes as you get to the center to help keep that car low and turning.
This was closer than it looked because Brad Keselowski came up off turn 2 and just about stopped. Joey Logano had to make a hard left to get under and get by here.
Boy, hard to say if he had a moment there prior to that and was trying to let Joey Logano go by. That was a little too close for comfort among teammates.
So hard to pass here. To be able to pass and make a good move, you almost have to put some pressure on him. Don't need to touch him, but you got to be right on him, especially with this package, a low downforce package like this. You can make them loose. They have to bail out of the gas and capitalize on that. Wiggle them up out of the way. Hard to do that with a teammate, isn't it, Jeff?
Yes, it is. You don't want to be talking about that on Monday morning. This is when you're Kyle Busch and you're saying, can it please, can this thing go away? Because
one or the other.
It's just no fun riding around there with a sick engine like that.
Isn't that what the clutch pedal's for?
Hey, computer days, they know what you did now.
That's right. Good point. Kyle Larson at 55 laps leading Kevin Harvick, William Byron, Ryan Blaney, and Denny Hamlin.
The Xfinity More Than Fast moment from Darlington must be this gutsy move by Kyle Larson, threading the needle en route to a second-place finish, proving it takes more than speed to succeed. Vote for this week's More Than Fast moment at Xfinity Racing on Twitter. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR.
62 laps complete. Kyle Larson out front. A among the lead lap cars. Who's got the third fastest lap time here? William Byron quickest, Martin Truex, Larson, Harvick, and Hamlin. Is your pick to win in that fivesome?
Yes.
Rhetorical question, but okay. Now, Martin Truex came out of the pits in 12th, worked his way up to the top 10, and now he sits in 12th.
Lap and a half ago, the rear flipped that switch, but still can't turn at all. The second, third down and 4. Still any issues with Splitter? So hard to tell. If I ever overdrive it, I take off up the track.
Jamie, what's going on there?
Well, he was talking about how hard it was to turn, and that was after I reported he had that nose damage. Well, he went on to say that right front splitter kept hitting the track, but now that the temps are coming up in the tires, he's actually swinging to the free side. So they've been all over the map in the start of this race.
It's one of the toughest things about this racetrack is the way that this car and the tire loads into the banking, as well as when the rubber starts getting laid down. You want more front grip. You don't want to unhook the back of the car, but that's about the only adjustment they have other than air pressure. So right now, it sounds like they went to the rear of the car to try to swing or free it up. Now it's swinging the back and still not turning.
Wow.
Yeah, you fix one end, you hurt the other. Now what do? You go back? You go back halfway, try something different. Very, very tricky to fix that situation. Anytime when you don't have turn at a racetrack like this, just like you said, you know the adjustment he's going to do. So in the car, in your head, you're kind of reluctant to tell him all the way, Mike, because you know what it's going to do. It's going to pull that rear end out of the track. It's going to be loose with the rear, and it's probably not going to help the front turn either.
Wow.
Now you're even more on top of the racetrack.
53 to go in stage 1, Larry.
Yeah, this will be our subway right combination. The 2014 William Byron, crew chief Rudy Fugle. This is their first season together in the Cup Series. Talked about it a lot in the pre-race show. The first 12 races, they got the win at Homestead. Now, 10 consecutive top 10 finishes, including second at Talladega. Youngest driver ever in the Cup Series to accomplish this. The last Hendrick Motorsports driver with a streak of at least 10 consecutive top 10s, our Jeff Gordon in 2007. And they were also, he and Rudy Fugle together in 2016 in the Truck Series at Kyle Busch Motorsports, and won a total of 7 races. And yes, Jeff, I know he has a long way to go to catch your record. That's a subway right combination.
Hey, he owns the record right now to be the youngest.
My man got
Corey
sensitive
LaJoie on
that
pit road with a right front down. He slowed in turn 2, had to come all the way around the racetrack carrying the race entitlement sponsors colors today.
See that right front fender damage? It looks like they tried to fix it a little bit. Still just didn't get enough of the rub out.
At 14th, that's Kurt Busch in that bright blue and aqua car going around the outside of Chase Briscoe.
Well, Kurt Busch, things have not been going well for him over the last several races, but this is a track where they can get it together, get some momentum building in the right direction. He runs good, knows how to drive this racetrack, really knows how to break down these corners and to give details back to the crew chief to try to work on this car.
Let's move up to second place. Kevin Harvick, just a little less than 2 seconds behind the leader. Regan?
Well, Mike, you see Kevin Harvick had a very strong run early on in this race. Maybe not necessarily the kind of season we've expected out of Kevin so far. No wins for a driver who had 9 last year. Crew Chief Rodney Childers told me earlier today, this is the track they can get things going the right direction. This racetrack surface has stayed the same for so many years that their setups continue to work well here. That's clear with how his performance is right now.
Good run for Harvick. Now watch Corey LaJoie on the outside here.
Yeah, clearly already has a right front issue right there. Just brushes the wall. So whatever was going on there, maybe he made contact with somebody else, and that right front fender was rubbing on the right front and finally went down.
Well, you can tell it was definitely from before. He's got bare bond on it and stuff like that. But I saw a repair. You know, it looked like it had been fixed a little bit, just didn't quite get it enough rubbed, and I would say that's what cut that tire now.
So 74 laps complete. Kyle Larson has now led more laps at Dover than any other track. Let's go under the helmet with Bubba Wallace, brought to you by Toyota.
The foundation is called Live to Be Different. You know, I'm different inside of this sport. We've been doing scholarship, picking out one lucky student that we felt like met all the criteria of trying to push the boundaries and excel to the top, and we'd give them a $5,000 scholarship. But we needed to look at something much bigger. It's like, hey, you know, we're here as a backbone, as a support system, to provide those opportunities to get you to the next level.
For your Toyota top performers, Denny Hamlin in 5th, Truex in 12th, as we documented. Wallace right behind him. Christopher Bell 22 seconds back in 22nd, and Kyle Busch with an ailing engine. Two Chevys, 2 Fords, and Hamlin's Toyota make up the top 5 after 77 laps on the Monster Mile.
From WWE Thunderdome, Intercontinental Champion Apollo Crews defends his title in a sudden death fatal 4-way against Sami Zayn, Big E, and Kevin Owens. It's an all-new Friday Night SmackDown, live at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on Fox.
Mike, I bet you could talk fast like that.
I used to could.
Used to.
Used to could. The action here is every bit as fast. Welcome back to the Drydene 400. On FS1, Kyle Larson leading Kevin Harvick by about 3.5. That's what that looks like. William Byron right on Harvick's bumper in 3rd. And about a 1.5 seconds behind William Byron, we find Ryan Blaney in 4th. Jamie.
Ryan Blaney up 3 spots since the start of this race. This is not one of his better racetracks. I talked to his crew chief, Todd Gordon. He said last time they were here, they had good speed, but their balance was just off. So they took some swings at it to really help the balance, and it is paying off. Blaney loves his car right now. They made an air pressure adjustment on the last stop, and that is it.
Balance. I can't say the word balance enough here at this racetrack because of how long you're in these corners, how fast they are. If you get the balance right here, you don't even have to have as much grip as somebody else. If you just get the balance right, you're going to succeed here today.
Denny Hamlin in 5th. Still looking for that first win, but if he keeps piling up top 5s, he's not even going to need a win. And he can lead the regular season right into the playoffs.
Which has bonus points that go along with it if he wins that.
Well, Chris Buescher continues to impress. Both of the Roush Fenway cars had top 10s last week. And behind Chris Buescher and looking at that 6th spot is Chase Elliott. Regan.
Well, a strong run from the rear of the field for Chase Elliott right now, Mike. But he just came on the radio and said, I am starting to have brake fade right now. Another driver with some slight brake issues. He's going to do what he can to try and cool him off as you see him trying to pass the 17 here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why, too. When you start running hard and trying to press the envelope, you know, getting on him, trying to make that pass, that's when you heat them brakes up. You get out there by yourself, you can get in a rhythm and figure out how to use, you know, running this racetrack without using the brakes.
Well, right now you see Chris Buescher's running the same line that Chase Elliott wanted to run, and so that's not doing those brakes any favor right now. Very little air is flowing through those ducts, as you see here. Chase Elliott right in the tire tracks. Now he's going to move up the racetrack.
You know, I heard you say balance, and you're so correct. And the reason I like that and why it's so important is the momentum side of this racetrack. You know, huge corners, long ways around there, forces you almost to pick up the throttle before you're ready to. You squirt the center, drive it through the middle. Balance is where this is key. At that 5/8 to 3/4 mark on around that corner, you get to a point where you got too much momentum. You got to be able to crack out of the throttle, get the nose to point, and right back to it. And if that thing isn't balanced enough, you got to bail out of the gas, not just breathe it, feather it up.
Larry Gary can give us a better look at brake cooling options.
Yeah, Mike, you know, on those last pit stops, we did see Rudy Fugle in the 24 car pull some tape off the brake dust. So let's go to our Ford Performance Cutaway car, and let's show you what they can do to cool these brakes. You normally think about cooling the brakes at short tracks, but obviously they're using a lot more brake here with that little bitty rear spoiler. So what they do, they have this plenum right here that's in the nose of the car, and then you have these hoses. But the one thing you can do is, you see right there, that's a fan. And a lot of times what they'll do, they'll put fans in those hoses, and that allows them to block up more of that opening, because again, the more you open it, it hurts front downforce. And I think that's what's got some teams in trouble here in the early going, too aggressive with tape on the front brake ducts.
Oh, could well be. For example, William Byron, who's having brake issues.
I think we're better on the bottom 3-4. He's less brake for sure. Yeah, I know. He's probably doing that to keep from using them. No, incorrect. He's using more in front of the top. Gotcha.
And that's to get the thing slowed down to make it rotate. You drive off in the corner harder when you run the outside, Jeff, but once you get to the middle, you got to use some brakes to get that front end turning and pointed the right direction.
Yeah, I don't know.
If the thing is balanced. If your balance is right back to your balance.
Well, and also remember, they don't run short track brakes here.
Yeah.
You know, they usually try to minimize some of that rotating mass and weight by running a little bit smaller brake package here, so it's pretty easy to get those brakes overheated.
And a lot of things go into that. Always a track somewhere in the schedule that's a little bit overlooked on brakes. Obviously, today's Dover.
24 to go in stage one. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
I am chaos in a good way. I am everything you want to see at once. Coming at you like a comet on fire. I am bumping, banging, and battling to the finish.
It is all on the line.
Because if you can conquer this series, you can conquer anything.
That was some intense racing.
I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
I've travelled all over the country talking about saving with Geico. But that's the important bit, isn't it? Showing up, saying, hello, fancy a nice chat. And then we talk like two old friends about sticky buns and all the savings you could get by bundling your home and car insurance. But here's the real secret. Eye contact. Do you feel that? We just had a moment. Who'd have thought it?
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
The best part of stepping into the spotlight isn't the awards or the acclaim. The best part of stepping into the spotlight is helping others step into theirs.
During the Spotlight sales event, get 0% financing for 72 months or $5,050 in total values on the 2021 Ram 1500.
Why is the thin crust of Little Caesars Thin Crust Pizza hiding under all that cheese and pepperoni? It's shy. Hello, Little Crust. Get a Little Caesars large thin crust pizza with extra cheese and the most pepperoni, all at the nation's best price of just $6.49.
Pizza, pizza. Just me, or is the best season ever getting even better? Next up, the Cup Series makes its long-awaited debut at Circuit of the Americas. This is going to be so wild. It ain't all left turns in NASCAR. We're busting out of the oval and taking the show for the first time to this famed road course. Austin's weird, man. Oh, sorry, brother.
Kyle Larson leading in Dover. The best battle on the racetrack, though, has been for 16th. Chase Briscoe, Ricky Stenhouse, Daniel Suarez with Ross Chastain. They have been going at it, everything but contact.
Well, what's creating all this is the multiple grooves that we're seeing right now forming at Dover. Look at all the rubber that's laid down on this racetrack. You've got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the bottom. Here comes Chase Briscoe using that momentum from that top lane.
Well, that's the hardest part. You can get down there. Boy, look at the quarter panel.
Yeah,
Somebody's been into his left rear pretty hard. It may have been the car we're riding with.
The last couple of laps, Stenhouse went to the bottom and tried to shove through.
He's doing a great job getting to the bottom, but he's driving in super deep, carrying a lot of momentum to the center, and then the car just can't quite stay there and hook the bottom to complete the pass.
Yeah, it's kind of like he's attempting a slide job, but from my experience here, it's super hard to pass. Always keep that in mind, but you got to give up a little bit on entrance, squirt that center like we were talking about on those dual lines, and be able to get in front of him, take the position over there when you get off the corner.
Daniel Suarez is right with them, and Tyler Reddick's going, hey guys, wait for me.
As he slides off the corner.
And that's frustrating too, Jeff. How many times have you been working on a guy, working on him, lap after lap, all of a sudden you look in the mirror and that guy you passed 10 laps ago is fixing to look at outside of you. It's like, you know, if you can get around him, you're 2/10 faster immediately, but it's so hard to get all the way clear.
Well, and what this is doing to those tires, the air pressure building up in those tires, it looks like he's finally going to make that pass, but the damage has been done to those tires.
7th place here. They're going to come up on a lapped car. Joey Logano is going to have clear sailing in the low lane, and Chris Buescher will follow. So will Alex Bowman as they work around Garrett Smithley. So Buescher has been in the top 8 just about all day.
So impressed with the job that Chris Buescher and this team is doing this year for him. They've been bringing some great race cars and getting the balance right for him and putting complete races together. And it all showed up last weekend at Darlington as a result.
And you can see every week they keep getting better. That, you know, he's not tearing cars up. That enables his team to keep working on things, massage them in the shop, make them faster and faster. And I'm telling you, we talked about it in the pre-race. There's a chance, not a chance. I look for him to be in the playoffs.
You talked about parts and pieces and not tearing up race cars, and we just saw Eric Almirola go a lap down. Those guys got to be about out of parts. They have torn up so many race cars, not necessarily to Eric's doing, but man, has he been at the wrong place at the wrong time so many times this year already.
Well, and that's just, it just keeps putting you behind. You may look at, all right, now you're starting at the back because of a bad run last week. We're starting at the back, digging ourselves out of a hole. You have a wrecked race car. Instead of working and massaging on that hot rod all week long, you're rebuilding one from the ground up. It's just such a challenge to dig yourself out of that hole, but they can.
10 to go as Ryan Blaney tries to move back toward the front on the outside of William Byron.
Well, we saw William Byron working on second place Kevin Harvick. Did he overheat those brakes trying to make that pass happen, and now is fading a little bit as he gives up 4th position to Blaney.
Larry showed us those little brake blowers. If you have a power boat, you have a bilge blower to blow fumes out of the engine compartment. And that's what they used to use, is bilge blowers. The ones they have now are the same size, the same shape, but they have brushless motors and they cost 10 times as much.
That's more like a turbo.
That's going to be turbo. Well, look at Chase Elliott coming into the picture, going to the inside of his teammate William Byron.
Yeah, Jeff, he's been diamonding the track down in turn 1 and 2, cutting low, sweeping up high, cutting back down low, making the track a diamond shape instead of an oval.
Well, and I really like the diamond shape, but that car's working good at just about anywhere. He wrapped the bottom right there and still carried great momentum off. That's how good that number 9 is working, how a great job that Chase Elliott's doing right now. So he's one of the few guys that I've seen can carry the lap times that he's running right on the bottom. But if you diamond that track, you go in with a little more speed and you drift up in the middle, and then it rotates and you get a long straightaway. Just carry more speed off the corner and at the end of the straightaway.
At this point in the run, that's exactly what you want. That hot rod's still turning. Just like you said, these tires are very temperature sensitive. If you make them mad, it's not like the old days, Jeff. You used to be able to back off of them things and then cool them off and then go. Once these things get hot, you're along for the ride. You're waiting for a pit stop to get them babies off. You pour them out.
There was a perfect example of it that last time. Chase Elliott went all the way up top side. He saw these guys in front of him. Maybe going to block that bottom.
And that's why I love coming to this racetrack, because you get to see all sorts of different lines, different strategies play out in the driver's hands of where they want to run on this racetrack to get the most out of their car. 2nd place, Denny Hamlin, with 5 to go in stage 1.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin, the fastest car on the racetrack that last time by.
Just like you said, you were talking about Kevin Harvick. I said it'd be a Pocono before he wins. Boy, Choking on them words here soon.
Still got to get through Kyle Larson, though. And you got a long
Got to
way
find
go.
him. I don't even know where he's at.
He's still got 284 laps to go.
A little busy here. Tell you who really wants this stage to end is Tyler Reddick. He's the last car on the lead lap because of that speeding penalty of the competition caution. Trying to stay on the lead lap at the end of the stage as we watch the battle for fourth.
Boy, seen some big balance changes. Rick going away on the 4, Kevin Harvick, also William Byron. And some of these guys that maybe took a little easier at the beginning of the run or have a little bit better turning car coming to the front right now, like you see here with Chase Elliott.
Seems like Kevin Harvick right here. I was watching with him. He's lost another couple spots. Front tires are really falling off right here. He's waiting. He's wanting it bad. Put it out. Heard how long he was waiting to pick up the throttle right there, and then when he did, it was almost a two-step walk, trying to get that thing to rotate a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost always waiting on the front tires.
Our leader, Kyle Larson, trouble turn 1. Briscoe in the wall, trying to stay on the lead lap. He was battling Larson hard.
He's got a flat tire.
Larson could not get by him, and Briscoe sent it in there and almost ended up in Philly.
Yeah, you could see that tire coming apart.
So that caution flag will take us to the end of stage 1. And there is the damage on Chase Briscoe's car, racing so hard to try to stay on the lead lap. They battled for
tire.
They bit into the wall. I don't know if it was because of the tire or that's why the tire cut.
Nope. I think he just sent it, Clint. Let's look.
Racing the leader, trying hard to stay on the lead lap. Does he just get loose? Boy, that's hard to say if he just got loose or if the tire went down right at that same moment.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Car was down.
He is now.
Look how much of that tire is inside the car. You saw it in the window net right there. So all that sticking through the holes. I guarantee you. Look at that dash. See the dashboard? If you go back to that pic, come on, Artie, get me back there. Check this out, guys. See all the foam from the right side on the dash of that car?
Yeah. Well, I saw him throwing foam out.
I thought it was a towel, but it was actually the right side door foam.
I think all that foam filled up in the cockpit. I thought he was trying to get a caution, but hey, the caution was already coming out.
I need a vacuum, boys.
So this will end stage 1. Kyle Larson gets his 5th stage win of the season, tying him with Denny Hamlin for the most so far this year. And we were talking about Tyler Reddick. He did stay on the lead lap just barely at the end of the stage. And I believe that will make Eric Almirola the free pass car. All right, they did not open pit road this time. So we will restart with 19 lead lap cars. Saturday, MLB is back on Fox, headlined by an interleague showdown. It's the Red Sox and the Phillies. Or two of the greatest rivalries in baseball. The Dodgers take on the Giants, and the Cubs face the Cards. Saturday, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Check local listings for the game in your area. Yeah, this is fighting Phillies country, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Might be an Oriole jersey or two in the grandstand as well. Waiting on pit stops. Pits will be open this time. Remember last time on the competition caution, William Byron and Kyle Larson drove the whole length of pit road side by side. And sometimes that's a hard thing to do here.
Yeah, it just pulls you in, Mike. It pulls you in. You just want to push a little bit further to get that position. It's pretty impressive that neither one got a speeding penalty. Regan?
You see Kyle Larson coming down pit road. That race car right now has been very good for him. He said 3 words that entire run. Really good here. He doesn't want any adjustments to that race car. The 4 car of Kevin Harvick, his race car got way too free at the end there. They need to adjust for that. And the 9 car of Chase Elliott on the upper right of your screen, he's got the fans on to cool those brakes down. Doesn't want any changes on that race car, though. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin in the 11, he is rolling. Seemed like he got better as that run went on. Told his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, you gave me more security. Thank you. I need a little bit more of that. They did that with an air pressure adjustment. The 12 of Ryan Blaney, his car has been good. Hasn't been on the brakes a whole lot. Said he needs a little bit more turn. They're going to take air out of that right front tire. 4-tire stop here.
All right, here's the race off pit road, sponsored by Ram. Larson handily gets out first. Hamlin. Chase Elliott picks up a spot. Joey Logano picks up 2. Kyle Larson, stage 1 winner. Kyle Busch right now on pit road with the hood up. Kyle Busch a little later. Actually, that shot is right now. How many autographs you think he's signed?
Dude, he knows it.
Oh, yeah.
I think he stole his fire suit.
Well, let's talk to the Kyle who's having a little better day right now.
Hey, Kyle, this is Jeff up in this Fox Sports booth. Man, looking good there. You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, another stage win. Congrats on that. Looks like you and Cliff got that thing rolling. Been quite a week for you. Sprint cars, late models, now here at Dover. Tell us about the conditions, what you're seeing. I've seen a lot of different grooves, and man, getting through traffic looks tough.
Yeah, it's, I guess, typical Dover. You know, Robert's in pretty quickly, a little quicker than I remember. And I think as the leader, you know, I'm best just trying to be patient around the bottom. You know, I'm sure it's pretty tough to pass people for a handful of laps if you're not in the lead, but my car felt better throughout the mid portions of that run. Felt like I could lap people fairly easily, but at the end I think we're all kind of struggling for grip, and made it harder to kind of enter with speed and apply the throttle to the center without losing the nose or shearing the back on exit. So just gotta try and keep up with the track as the cloud cover comes in, and if the sun ever pops back out too. But all in all, my Nation Scarred Chevy is really good, so I'm happy.
All right, well, thanks for talking to us. You got some new players in the game there. Denny and the 9 behind you. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Kyle Larson, the leader, and picks up another stage win, tied for the most this season. There's a happy family. Note the Flyers cap. And look at that. Clint, is that you on that shirt?
Yes. I thank God I didn't charge by the chin in that picture.
Wait a minute. They spelled it B-O-Y-E-R.
It's perfect. It's perfect, Mike. It couldn't be any better.
Details.
Look at
Hey, they spelled it right.
Yeah, I'll come get one of Daddy's beers, buddy.
Where's lot 9?
See you guys. You're on your own. There we go.
Hey, green flag.
Jeff, he's here. All the way from the back.
All the way from the back. And, I was a little surprised there. Hamlin chose that inside lane on that restart because we've seen how good the outside lane is, and that's what Chase Elliott took advantage of.
Had some speeding penalties on that round of stops, James Davison. And Josh Berry, in Josh's defense, it's his first time in a Cup car, first time with a digital dash. He got nabbed for speeding.
Yeah, no practice, no nothing.
Right.
He's learning a lot right now.
But he earned it, right? He was speeding coming in and coming out. Right. Both places. A lot of times, to be honest with you, you're off a light, and that's maybe it's 3 lights and it should have been 2 lights. I tell you what, I didn't think anybody would have anything for Kyle Larson until this 9 car gets out here and it finally has some clean air. It'd be interesting if he can match his lap times as we go through this stage 2 right here.
Yeah, we saw where the 9 seems to get better and better as the run goes on. So he might give up a little bit to Larson here in the early portions of this run. But let's keep an eye on that gap as we run more laps.
That's a great point. Chances are you're all but wide open on the front side of a run up here when you're in that clean air. Probably not going to make that pass early on like this, but you might be able to when you get into lap traffic on into this run when they're wore out tires.
4 Mustangs in the top 10. There's Keselowski 11th, 1 spot out, and right up his tailpipe is Alex Bowman.
Yeah, boy, you know, the two of Brad Keselowski and that team trying to recover from last week at Darlington. Just a horrific race from start to bottom. Nothing went their way. Setup was way off. But right here today, back in the hunt. At least not like what we're used to with Keselowski, but in that 11th position.
So William Byron now 10th. After that round of pit stops. What's up?
Well, Mike, under that round of pit stops during the yellow flag, he came on the radio, said, I've got my brake pedal back. Unfortunately, he just came on the radio again right now and said the pedal is back to the floor. Seems like this team may fight all day long here now.
Yeah, when that caution comes out, it just, the heat soaks into, you know, the line and really starts, as we see here happening on pit road. Oh, yeah, you see these guys. You talk about how narrow pit road is. Look at them. 5 cars just all over one another. But that 24 car right there obviously had a little bit of an issue on that stop, got a little bit behind. And maybe it had to do something with the brakes. Maybe he couldn't get that car slowed down in the box. But I think every caution that comes out, he comes down pit road, the heat is going to only cause us brakes and that brake pedal to go to the floor.
Well, you get your brake fluid. You get it hot, you get it cooked, and all of a sudden now you've got air pockets and air bubbles in there, and usually that's where your long pedal comes from.
Hey, who's been fun to watch flying his way up through the back. He's 7 laps down, but Kyle Busch is back. That car is as fast as the leaders right now. Whatever it was, when they had the hood up, they fixed it. Bell in the grandstand's going to have to find somewhere else to go sign autographs.
Could be, and it could be a plug wire. Finally had some time to check that coil pack, anything.
All right,
moral of the story, it'd be interesting to see what he can do with this 7 laps. Cautions come out or something like that, you might get yourself back into this thing a little bit.
I was going to say, Kyle Busch shows what you got. Make up those 7 laps.
He's going to have to get out of the grandstands, huh? Got a hot rod.
He's got a spotter now.
Look, he sees himself now. He even has the official, you know, your earplugs, man. They're legit.
Yeah, Mike, I'm looking at the RPM on Kyle Busch in 18, and it's pretty much a mirror of cars like Kyle Larson and Ryan Blaney. No question, they got that problem rectified.
It's amazing, you know, from this vantage point. This is a new deal for me, right? When you have a car like that down a cylinder, you hear it way before it. Now you got to find it. I knew there was one down a cylinder, but I couldn't find it. And finally, we locked in on Kyle Busch. Unbelievable, the difference.
Kyle Larson continues to lead. We're 20 laps into stage 2. Miles the Monster and the Monster Girls at Dover. It's the Drydene 400. Kyle Larson, here's your Coyote tractor ahead of the pack. Yes, he is. Started 4th, finished 2nd last week, currently 1st. Runner-up in the point standings with 1 win and 7 top 10.
Well, he better hurry.
Don't look in your mirror.
That's actually, and if you do, that 9 car's getting bigger. As you're catching these lap cars, you're going to have to get through them quick. Chase Elliott's actually besting him a little bit on lap times.
Hamlin now 4th. He's the leading Toyota as a vibration has brought Ricky Stenhouse to pit road. And that'll take him off the lead lap.
As fast as this 1 mile high bank Dover is, Mike, the last thing you want to do is have to pit under green if it's not scheduled. Because you're going to lose a couple laps easily.
We saw Chase Briscoe in the stall behind. His car was off pace with some crash damage. So on pit road, still repairing that. Joey Logano's been trying the inside on Denny Hamlin, but Hamlin has such drive off the corner on top. It hasn't worked. Here's William Byron recovering. moving past Chris Buescher for 7th.
Yeah, even though we talked about multiple groups here at Dover and it widening out a good bit, still doesn't make it much easier to pass. Gives you that opportunity, opens up the door, but boy, to complete that pass is very difficult.
I tell you what, I don't know what the Hendrick camp has done here, but fantastic job. All 4 of these cars are on point, and when I say point, I'm looking. Every time, Mike, when I'm at this track and used to practice here or whatever, I didn't care about any place in this racetrack other than that 5/8, the 3/4 mark right there up off the corner. It's such a pivotal, important area of this racetrack. You've got to be able to be rotating good, and I see the nose of all 4 of those cars pointing really, really good at that point.
Yeah, carry that exit speed. That's so important here.
All right, we are looking at Blaney's pit, Jamie. What are they making?
Well, Ryan Blaney is flying. His car has been almost flawless, but he did get into some debris earlier in this race. The right front headlight has a hole in it, so you saw his team. Their pit coach was down here. They came up with a game plan. They cut the perfect little rectangle of Barabon, and when they come into pit next time, they will place that over that hole to help the front end of this race car.
Okay.
Always blows my mind. At least little hole like that, I'm telling you, makes a massive difference inside that car. Feels like you're dragging a parachute, and it won't turn. It won't do anything right.
I just wouldn't take too much time on a pit stop because he's in 3rd position. I don't want to get. I think fixing that hole, I don't know how much that's going to make up for track position.
They came to win, Jeff.
Telemetry in the lower left. Steering wheel indicator and throttle.
Ooh, that tells me how good Kevin Harvick's car is right there, because I just talked about how difficult it is to pass. And I don't know, maybe Joey saw him run him down from quite a ways back, but to be able to complete that pass the way that Kevin Harvick did, that car is really getting through the center and that 5/8 mark that you talked about.
And this is what Kevin Harvick does so well at this racetrack. He diamonds really good. When I move up and try that diamond at this racetrack, I could never get the thing to turn. I was always about a tenth and a half faster just wrapping that bottom. Kevin was always very good at making the thing turn in the middle and getting wide open, making the straightaway as long as possible.
For Busch in the 1, trying to break into the top 10. Austin Dillon trying to hold him off.
Pretty good battle right there. Austin Dillon, saw them last night at dinner. That new sponsorship on that car. Good looking hot rod.
That's the 1, 2, and the 3. All, I mean, there's.
Did you see that? Right next to him. I know Austin Dillon doesn't want to hit. He's got to get the 2 ahead of the 3, though.
Harvick's going to have to get in line.
Yeah, where's the 4?
He's in the wrong place.
Yeah. Oh, you know where he is? What was that we were looking for? Lot number 9? Well, I don't know how they're going to get past the 5.
They're going to have to floor it.
Yep.
Kind of cloudy. You know, I was thinking that when I woke up this morning, I thought it was going to be sunny out all day. This clouds, you know, heard Kyle Larson talk about it. It really plays a role in this concrete racetrack. It'll heat up when that sun comes out and get slick. Those clouds go in immediately. You pick up grip and you can do things that you couldn't do when it was hot.
William Byron continuing to work forward now on Joey Logano, traps him behind Cody Ware.
That thing is turning good. You can see at this point in the run to be wrapping that bottom that tight. Good hot rod.
Kyle Larson has led more laps in 2021 than his 3 other teammates combined. You think the fans are glad to be back at Dover? You don't know the half of it. Now, his driver's having a good day, all right?
Likes what he sees there, doesn't he?
He's having a better day.
Yeah.
All right.
Woke his buddy up now.
See one another on TV.
Oh, we love having fans back at the track.
That dance hasn't stopped. We've been watching him. He's still going.
I want to see him clocking in at 8 a.m. in the morning. It's going to be a little foggy.
Kyle Larson leading teammate Chase Elliott by 3/4 of a second. Ryan Blaney third, Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick. Still 18 cars on the lead lap back to Bubba Wallace. I don't know if they shot that in lot 9 or if they just came from lot 9.
They came from lot 9.
Definitely was in lot 9.
Yeah.
You know, Chase Elliott was really running down. I know this is hard to
car to
believe.
wall, turn 2. Oh, Josh Berry. What a shame.
No caution yet, though.
He may make it back to the pits, but he had pretty heavy contact up there.
He's going to have to get down. I don't think he's going to make it this time. Can't make too much traffic.
No space. No gap to get down.
Now the caution's out.
Yep. So really, since the first one, or second one really, was the end of stage 1, this is the first caution for cause of the race. Comes at lap 170. And Berry got up and into the wall in turn 2. We'll ride with Ricky Stenhouse through this.
Yeah, something gave away right there.
It's just the right front slowly going down right there. And he didn't make heavy contact with the outside wall. But, you know, it's just really an unfortunate situation where it happened and the string of cars. There was just no way for Josh Berry to get down to the inside to make it to pit road.
So he's been driving for Junior Motorsports, but they don't have a full season deal for him. That seat is filled with a couple of drivers, including Sam Mayer, for the rest of the year. Yeah, so what do you do with Josh Berry? He gets this one opportunity here after finishing second in ARCA and second in the Xfinity race. And great. We've not seen anywhere near the last of Josh Berry. He's
better get him in a car before somebody else
right
does.
Front tire down right here. Pit road was not open, but the 12's on pit road because I think he's got something going on in the right front.
Well, I think what they're doing, they want to take full advantage of this caution to repair that nose damage. They know the penalty will be starting at the rear of the field.
But plus, that right front tire is down, Larry.
Yeah, definitely down.
And you can see the crew member had a spacer to put on that right front, Jamie.
Yeah, Larry, we showed the pit crew talking to the pit coach. They made a whole game plan, and Todd Gordon said, bring it to us now. Let's get that damage fixed up here. So they'll go ahead and put their 4 tires on that big piece of Arabon tape that they cut so meticulously. Boom, they slapped it right on the right front there to help fill that hole and have no more issues with aero.
I tell you, that was the inside of that tire was cut down right there, and they put that spacer on. I'd say they had a little bit of a rub maybe.
Well, it could be
from
that,
the
and
inside.
we're hearing a lot about brake temperature. Is it possible?
I don't think the run was long enough for brake temperature. Them putting that spacer on tells me they had a little bit of a rub. They probably saw the stops before that and decided to do it. And, man, talk about timing. Unfortunate for Josh Berry, but very fortunate. That saved a race car for them.
Regan?
Well, Kyle Larson for the first time all day wanting an adjustment for that race car. Just a little bit too loose this run on entry for his liking. His teammate in the number 4 car, Kevin Harvick, that race car is too loose as well right now. You see him on the left side of the screen. And Chase Elliott, his race car, still not sure what he wants any different because it's so good he doesn't know what he needs to get up there and get past the 5. Jamie.
Denny Hamlin said he just needs better turn. He said it took forever, it seemed, to make it turn. So Chris Gabehart said we're taking a big swing at it here to get it to turn, trying to keep up with the track as it goes on. So 4 tires here, air pressure as well. The 22, Joey Logano, they've taken some swings at it today to make the car better, and he's been fighting the same thing as the 11, just won't turn. Ooh, close by the 48 and the 22 there, Mike.
Yes, it was. Very few changes in our race off pit road. 173 laps completed. Dover, we're under caution. Check in on Clint's Stage 2 game. If you tried to win Clint's money, who did you pick for best finishing position in Stage 2? Well, if you didn't pick Kyle Larson, why not? Oh, this guy?
This guy did. You know who he picked.
Hey, his guy's on the list.
Oh, his phone's going to ring, and she's not going to be happy.
100% it's going to be the wife.
All right, the free pass went to Cole Custer. Corey LaJoie had an uncontrolled tire penalty. And we are back under green.
Inside line really has trouble. Very hard to time it and then get your tires underneath of you and not spin.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick might come from that third row on the outside and get by Hamlin. Not quite, though. Ooh, man, that
close there with William Byron.
Yeah.
This situation right here is so hard on low tire pressure right here. Your car's loose, pulling that thing off in the corner, driving it off in there with Kevin Harvick right on your outside. Very, very, very tricky to do.
Wow.
You see he beat him to the throttle.
The power move there by William Byron.
So fast.
And here comes another HMS car, the 48 there of Alex Bowman, going to put some heat on Kevin Harvick.
Hendrick Chevy's first, second, fourth, and sixth.
This fight back for Amarola. Remember, he got the free pass not too long ago. Now he's working, trying to get in the top 10 and 11th spot.
Definitely got the car a lot better. All it takes is those adjustments. And you talked about this, you know, having to build, digging yourself out of that hole. You know that they don't know that car very much. It certainly probably hasn't been on the track. So trying to figure out what it needs, making some quick adjustments, getting him what he needs, and obviously right back in the thick of things.
Chris Buescher still in the thick of it. His 17 has run more laps in the top 10 today than in his previous 10 starts here.
I don't think you can say enough about the job that they're doing. It's just week in and week out. Consistency pays off. And I tell you what, they're doing a great job. And I hate to say the word overachieving, but honestly, they really are from your expectations.
Well,
you know
exactly.
what I mean?
I think it's okay to say that because of the results that we've seen from that team over the last couple of years. We're used to Roush Fenway being very dominant many years ago, but they haven't been that way. So this is very refreshing for Chris Buescher and this race organization to start to show some speed week in, week out.
Definitely changed my opinion and my attitude towards it, for sure.
Brad Keselowski had an off week last week in Darlington, and way up the hill when Martin Truex there.
I don't know if they got into one another, but it was close.
It was almost like that situation we saw with Bubba Wallace and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. earlier, where maybe the two-car Keselowski had a little bit of a moment and the 19 reacted. Yeah,
two got loose.
Yeah, the two came up the racetrack, and Martin Truex Jr. just was reacting to that, I believe.
He kind of drove in on his door right there. Two got loose underneath of him.
He might have known what was coming.
I'll tell you what it is. The sun's out.
Yes.
This car's getting slick.
That'll change things. Jamie?
That's exactly what's happening. This weather conditions are definitely driving these crews crazy. The two, Brad Keselowski before that stop said the balance was better. Air pressure was too high on the restart, so they dropped it a little bit. Now he's reporting, as you guys saw, he's loose.
Well, if it's too high on the restarts, he's chasing long run speed. My car falls off a little bit too much. All right, let me go down on the air pressure. Probably going to hurt you on the front side, but it'll last longer.
I tell you, nothing would drive you crazier, not just as a driver, but as a crew chief, when that sun is going in and out on this concrete racetrack. How do you keep up with the conditions and the changes? Because, you know, you basically got to play the clouds, Mike. You got to look at those clouds and figure out what you think the conditions are going to do over the next run and make your adjustments accordingly and hope that that cloud's there for you.
And looking off to the west, we're going to be sun and shade back and forth all day long with scattered big clouds.
And it does, man. It plays in your hand one time, and then the next time it doesn't. Where it really becomes interesting is at the end of this race. You know, at these stage breaks and stuff like that, when the money's on the line, which side of this are you on?
In my opinion, too, you know, we talk about concrete, right? Doesn't seem to be as temperature sensitive, but when the rubber lays down on this racetrack, to me, that rubber is affected by the sun, probably more so than the actual concrete surface itself.
That's a great point. It seems like you obviously put more down because it's hot, because it's slick. You're scrubbing tires, but definitely way slicker.
So you adapt. Watch Austin Dillon. He was hooking the bottom in 3 and 4. And look what he does down here. Gets right down in turn 1. And last time, he went almost all the way up to the wall. and then diamonded it back in turn number 2. He's got traffic ahead now.
Well, what I like about that is he's searching around this racetrack. He's trying to find something. And it's amazing, this racetrack. You can be on the bottom and feel like, hey, that's the most grip my car has. And all of a sudden you go, I'm going to go around this lap car and I'm going to move up high. And now you realize there's more grip up top, but sometimes it only lasts a few laps and you got to move back down to the bottom.
That is such a good point and such a valid point. You start running up there and your crew chief's in your ear immediately. You see it. I know it felt good. Lap times are better, but in the back of your mind, you're pulling on that wheel, scrubbing. I know it's 0.2 faster, but I'm going to pay the price here in about 10 laps. I'm going to be about a half a second slower overall. Yeah. That's a hard thing to determine in the race car. The other thing, going back to the sun, when that's slick down there, that rubber's up, you're going to move up, try to make this, a bigger racetrack and not pull on that wheel as hard.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. When you run the higher line, the amount of speed you carry into the center of the corner, your usually wheel input is there, and it scrubs that right front, builds that right front pressure up, and it just, makes the car go away much faster to try to run that high line.
7th is the best battle on the racetrack. Joey Logano and Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski closing right up on them. I was saying earlier, as they go side by side, Keselowski had an off day last week at Darlington. It turns out they had to make some personnel changes, and some parts and pieces got into the race car not as they would have liked, they found out on Monday.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a product of, hey, I think it was COVID protocol, but you got your crew chief and your car chief weren't available that weekend, made a mistake on the old hot rod, and, man, it'll bite you. In this competition, the least little thing can end your day.
Wow, Eric Almirola in the top 10. That's good to see, but now Austin Dillon has gone past still. Eric right there.
Whoa, look at this, teammates. Brad Keselowski up the racetrack. Man, that was so close.
Here comes Dillon flying into the corner saying, I want a piece of this.
Yeah, I'd love to go back and see, and we're going to watch it right here. So you can see Brad has a run on his teammate Joey Logano, goes into the corner. The car's going to get loose. Yeah, just gets loose.
Into the teammate.
Oh, and you can see a little bit.
And it'll be interesting if that cuts his tire down. It'll be an awkward Monday.
Oh, man, it doesn't look like it's rubbing that left rear tire, but boy, it did push it in.
So you were saying earlier how when you're the outside car, how you can feel that coming. Do you feel it? Do you hear it? Is a combination of
all the above on that one right there. The other thing is you don't expect it. It's your teammate, so now it's just natural. You're already competitive with one another anyway. Something like that happens, boy, Monday morning gets interesting.
Close call for Team Penske right here. Halfway in the first stage, Dover, Delaware. 200 laps complete. Kyle Larson has led most of them.
Kurt Busch, Austin Dillon, and Brad Keselowski are not in that order. Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, and Austin Dillon, they finally got it in order. 1, 2, 3, baby.
So you're saying that Kevin Harvick has to back up 3 spots?
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
I guess you just don't see that very often on the leaderboard.
I'm going to tell you who's about to get it in order, and that's Hendrick Motorsports. This is Alex Bowman going after Denny Hamlin. If he gets that position, that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 for Hendrick Motorsports.
Might get a picture on Rick Hendrick somewhere here. He's got a big grin on his face. I can promise you that.
And I tell you what, Alex Bowman, this 48 team, Greg Ives, they've had to work for this.
Yep.
He was not this good about 50, 60 laps ago.
That's a good point, and that's a benefit of having those teammates out there hauling the mail. Hey, what's the old 9 and a 5 ball got in it? Let's change our air pressures around, make those adjustments. Give me some of that.
They got hot rods, that's all I can say.
Right now, what the 48 has is a mirror full of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin made a move on him a lap ago, and it may take him a lap or two here to regroup. Earlier, we heard about brake issues for William Byron and possibly Alex Bowman, but no talk of that recently.
Clean Air will fix that. And maybe they pulled some tape finally on these brake ducts for these guys too. Finally got enough air in there to keep these brakes a little cooler.
And there's more to the cut and paste saga of Ryan Blaney's repairs. Jamie.
I did get to the bottom of it. Jeff, you just mentioned the brake ducts. Well, on that right front side of Blaney's car,
explains why he got to pit road so fast. He saw that and felt that he ran over that debris, and it instantly cut that right front tire. So that was what allowed the 12 to get on pit road as quick as he did.
A lot bigger hole, a lot bigger problem than we thought right there. Big chunk of debris.
And he's our last car on the lead lap. So right now, fighting to stay on that lead lap. If they could do that, and he had a fast race car, so maybe they can get that car back up front.
You know, but we talk about temperature and things like that. I mean, that's such an important part. Those brake ducts, obviously they keep the brakes cool, but they also keep your tires cool. Not having those, and that's all compiles to a pretty big issue.
Now, the other car involved there, Chase Briscoe, went to the garage area with mechanical difficulty. And when that happens, you're not on the damaged vehicle policy. So you can take your time, take as much time as you need to fix it, repair it. Now he's back out there 50 laps down.
Okay.
Never
That's
give
a
up.
great explanation, Mike.
Never
But
give up.
It does definitely make me scratch my head of what the mechanical was.
You know, Mike, you talked about Hendrick Motorsports running 1, 2, 3, 4. The last time we were here, race number 2 of August, they had 3 that, I know they didn't win the race, but they had 3 drivers finish in the top 5. So they kind of just picked up right where they left off the last time we raced here.
True. With Chase Elliott out early. I did not realize that Hendrick Motorsports is the youngest multi-car team in the field. Average driver age of 26.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, you look at their driver lineup, and they are planning for the future over at Hendrick Motorsports. And it's hard to believe Chase Elliott now is the kind of the leader of that group at what? 26 years old?
And it took him a little bit of time. There was some growing pains there. You know, Jeff, you left, Jimmy left. I mean, you're talking huge, big-time.
Dale Jr.
Big Dale Jr., champions of the sport, huge names. And to be able to get all that wrapped back up took a couple years, but, man, they have a driver lineup better than about anybody right now.
All right, so as Kyle Larson works traffic further on the Chase Briscoe situation, he did have crash damage, as we saw when he got up into the wall in turn 1. They made a pit stop. They got him back out on track and up to minimum speed. When that happens, the damaged vehicle clock stops. Then they had a mechanical issue, went to the garage, fixed it. Now they're back out, and it's not going to matter because he's still 50 laps down.
Aha.
Look at this battle. This is what you don't want to see if you're Rick Hendrick. Hey, boys, you can race each other 1, 2, 3, 4, but not that close. That was very tight quarters.
Well, I know that Kyle Larson is in with the team that was Jimmy Johnson's team, but that 48 car, how many times have we seen that car dominate here at Dover with Jimmy Johnson behind the wheel? I'll tell you what. Well, Alex Bowman making that Ally 48 Chevrolet come to the front. We might see some more dominance out of that 48 if he keeps running like this.
Showman talked to him in the pre-race as he walked by. I told him, man, I picked you. Get on it.
And, Jeff, here's a Larry McNugget for you. The last time Jimmy won here, 2017, guess who ran second to him? Kyle Larson.
Oh.
95 complete in stage 2. 25 to go in the second stage.
I am Rowdy, the wearer of the black hat. I am not here to make friends or kiss babies. I am willing to trade paint and more if need be.
If you don't like that kind of racing, don't even watch it.
I am booed everywhere. I'm used to it by now. I am called everything in the book, including champion. I am Kyle Busch. I am NASCAR.
I've always wanted to do that.
I've always wanted to do that.
I've wanted everything. I always wanted to do this.
I always wanted to do that! Next round on me.
If you want to be a winner, then get a turkey footlong from Subway. That's oven-roasted turkey, piled high with crisp veggies on freshly baked bread. So let's get out there and get those footlongs.
Now at Subway, buy 1 footlong in the app and get 150% off. Subway, eat fresh.
Oh, hey, Pat.
Toyota, let's go places.
Just me, or is the best season ever getting even better? Next up, the Cup Series makes its long-awaited debut at Circuit of the Americas.
This is going to be so wild.
It ain't all left turns in NASCAR. We're busting out of the oval and taking the show for the first time to this famed road course. Austin's weird, man. Oh, sorry, brother.
All this month, fans who are vaccinated or pledged to make a COVID vaccine appointment can visit NASCAR.com/VAX and enter to win tickets to the next Daytona 500. To register for a vaccine appointment, visit vaccines.gov or text your zip code to GetVax 438-829. We're giving vaccinations here at the track at Dover this weekend, and if you go to Talladega Super Speedway and get your vaccination, you can drive a couple laps on the track.
I
How
saw
cool.
that.
Yeah.
I retweeted that. I thought that was awesome to be able to take laps around the racetrack for getting a vaccination. Very cool. Or you could just get tested for COVID.
19 cars are on the lead lap. Let's give you a look at them here with 177 to go. Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott in close formation here as the Hendrick cars run 1, 2, 3, 4. Larson, Elliott in second. Alex Bowman in third. He is 3.8 seconds back.
Three seconds back, but he was about a tenth, almost a tenth and a half faster than our leader that last lap.
And William Byron in fourth after leading 21 laps early. The first non-Hendrick Camaro in the race is Denny Hamlin.
And how consistent has Denny Hamlin been this year? Hasn't gotten that victory, but man, he is always in the top 5 like he is right now.
Kevin Harvick is the first Ford. He is sixth, 8 seconds back. Back in seventh, Kurt Busch's Camaro. Here's Regan.
Well, Mike, that race car right now just a little bit tight in the center for Kurt Busch. He's been working on his brake adjuster, had too much front brake, felt like that was causing the race car to get tight, and then will cause it to get loose off of the corner where the back would slide out. Spoke to his crew chief, Matt McCall, this morning. He basically told me to cut and paste everything he said last week about what they needed. They just needed a good run. He said the team's still pumped up, but man, they have had some terribly bad luck.
Brad Keselowski coming into the picture in his Penske Mustang. He's in 8th, 10 seconds back. And we go 1, 2, 3. Austin Dillon in 9th place in his Childress Camaro.
Nice job by RCR. Tyler Reddick just right behind him in 11th.
And Eric Almirola, top 10 run right here. Went a lap down, got that back, battled back, needed a good run, right? Very solid run, exactly what they're looking for.
And behind him, Tyler Reddick, Regan.
Well, Tyler Reddick right now is very loose with the race car, but he's been working on his lines, in particular on entry. A guy that we typically see on the top side of the racetrack as he goes to the top right now has been moving all around this racetrack trying to find the grip.
After leading 16 laps early, Martin Truex now seems mired in 12th place.
Still loose. The center of the corner is still tight, but everywhere else is loose. Loose landing, backing up the hill. Tight center. Loose trying to get it pointed back down the hill.
Martin Truex Jr., one of those drivers we thought would come out and dominate, but they had that lug nut stuck in the jack at the very start of this race. Then he had damage on the nose. You see where they repaired it there. And on the last stop, they went up on the track bar, and Martin said, "What the heck did you do to this thing? It's terrible." So you heard him there. He's getting loose, guys. So they just haven't been able to go anywhere since they were shuffled back there in that 12th position.
And that's where he sits, 15 back, 19 seconds back. Ross Chastain just needs to have a good, solid day today. That's just what he's doing.
Yeah, I think, a lot of high expectations, at least from me, for Ross Chastain. Finally getting that opportunity with Chip Ganassi Racing to get behind the wheel of a quality Cup car, because we've seen what he can do when he's behind the wheel of a good race car in the Truck Series, the Xfinity Series. Finally starting to get a pretty solid run here to build on.
At 14th place, Daniel Suarez trying to take it to Joey Logano, who restarted 7th and has been fading.
Okay, now if I'm going to say overachievers, I'm going to say right here, this 99 of Daniel Suarez, Travis Mack, that crew chief, Trackhouse Racing, with Justin Marks has put together a great group of people in working with Richard Childress Racing with those cars and engines in that alliance, and I think they're making a lot out of it.
Can't say enough about them, week in and week out. I mean, you talk about startup teams. Startup team, the comparable to the 23 car, they are outperforming them tenfold.
Chris Buescher hanging tough in 16th, Regan.
Well, so very good at the beginning of the race, Mike, but they've lost the handling just a little bit on that race car. The nose of the race car is not turning like he wants it to. He's actually getting chatter out of the front tires in the center of the corners. Very difficult when your car's chattering.
Cole Custer has made the most of the free pass back at the last caution. He's in 17th, staying on the lead lap. And Ryan Blaney rebounding after repairs to the right front corner, after he ran over a piece of trash that came off another car, a crush panel. Then the last car on the lead lap is Bubba Wallace, 23 seconds back in 19th. Thanks, Bubba, for wearing the Fox Visor cam this week. Show you what Dover's really like. He is last on the lead lap.
Right there.
Yeah, wow.
Throttle on and off, steering wheel back to the right, sliding off the corner. But I tell you what, he's had an eventful day. We've showed him several times in some close calls as he's been racing really aggressively, and great job of him staying on the lead lap.
You go back to the in-car of listening to Martin Truex. You can tell by his heart rate and his voice how loose that thing was. I'm telling you, the workload, when your car's loose and you're on the verge out of control, it is wild in there.
But I feel for James Small right now. How do you fix that? How do you fix a car that's super loose getting in the corner and really tight in the center?
Well, that's a great question. And how many times, Jeff, have you tried too hard? That is a thing. When you have a car that's not turning, the front end's not turning, and you take the rear end out of the track, raise that track bar up, you heard him in his voice, man, what did you do to this thing? You have just made it worse. Sometimes you just got to take what you have.
That's a good point.
Ricky Stenhouse is 2 down in 22nd. Eric Jones is also 2 laps down in the 43. And there's the free pass car, Ryan Preece. Nobody is 1 lap down, so Preece is 20th. He's in the free pass position after running the modified tour race last night at Riverhead, Long Island. Had a flat tire, got into the wall. Doug Coby won the race out on the island at the head.
Ryan Preece is such a good race car driver. So fun to watch him run them modifieds. I tell you what, you need a guy to get up on the wheel. You don't have to look for any further than Ryan Preece.
Bubba Wallace, last lap of this stage, staying on the lead lap.
Run, run, run. That is the leader in the mirror. Look at that car digging on the bottom.
And Wallace will hang on to the lead lap as Kyle Larson wins stage 2.
I hope you picked him if you think you're coming after my money. It's over.
It's the 4th time that Kyle Larson has led the 2 in-race stages in a Cup race. Welcome back to Fox NASCAR, presented by Credible.com. End of stage 2. 6th time that Kyle Larson has led more than 155 laps in a Cup race. And we thought it was going to be Martin Truex who would absolutely dominate here. Truex did lead the first 16 laps, but since then, he has been hanging right between 10th and 13th position.
Look at these guys. Hey, this guy's happy right here on the right. Well, both of them are pretty happy because Almirola's made a nice comeback. But you see that Kyle Larson shirt there, enjoying being up there and being our leader right now.
Happy to be back at the racetrack. And the young fellow with the Tyler Reddick shirt, he's in the top 10.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chevrolet showing some strength right there at the end of that second stage.
Top 4 positions, 7 of the top 10. With Hamlin's Toyota, Harvick and Keselowski's Fords. 19 cars on the lead lap. And we will stay that way because the pre-pass car is Preece, and he is 2 laps down. We'll go to pit road and Regan.
Well, the very first pit box is going to be that of William Byron. That race car right now, it's a little bit too free as he runs for him. He's still having to continue to manage those brakes some, especially early in the runs. Your leader, Kyle Larson, that race car was better this run. Very concerned, though, that the 9 was better on the long run than he was. They're going to make an adjustment to give him grip on the long run. And the 9 of Chase Elliott, not a word on the radio. No complaints at all from him. Jamie?
11 and Denny Hamlin says he's really good overall. Close on balance. They went back and forth if they should make an adjustment or just have a fast, clean stop here. The 48 said, guys, I need a good stop here. The car has been really good, especially in clean air. The 48 team's been class of the field most of the season. Let's see if they get it done. Wipe the grill. No adjustments for Alex Bowman.
Here's your Ram race off pit road. Larson beats Bowman, who picks up 1 from his teammate Elliott. Kurt Busch up 2. Nice stop.
Well, Bowman got that stop. Not quite enough to get the lead, but still got him up to second. Nice job, Kurt Busch.
Long stop for Logano, doing a bit of nose repair to his 22.
Let's dial up on Chase Elliott, man. I guarantee if he saw that fan in the stand, he'd be pumped up. Let's see what he's got here. Hey, Chase Elliott, it's Boyer, Gordon, Mike Joy up in the booth. You got us?
Yes, sir.
Man, got a pretty good piece here. You see that 5 car? He's close. Think you can get to him?
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've read that back bumper, but hopefully I can figure out a way here. Obviously, you know, have another spot to try to get here now. But yeah, really been fairly happy with the car. Just trying to find that little bit to make the right move.
Well, man, good luck here. It's going to be exciting. You guys are putting on a show. The Hendrick boys are looking good.
Sweet, appreciate it. Y'all have fun.
Oh, we're having fun, and so are these Chase Elliott fans.
Can Chase Elliott score his first victory of 2021 today? We'll find out. $9 apiece. Almost 1,100 players went 6 for 6 playing Fox Bet Super 6 and split $10,000 of Clint's money pending verification of eligibility. Well done.
I'm going to have to strengthen my questions up a little bit here.
Hey, look at that guy.
Hey. Hey, there's Cowboy.
How did he get up here?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hey, look at that.
Gosh, it's so fun to see kids at the racetrack.
Dad, don't explain it to him. Just don't. Kyle, by the way, is still out there. I mean, they are doing yeoman's work. He is still 7 laps down, but the car is back to speed. He's 29th. Kyle Larson takes off on the restart.
See Chase desperate, trying to hold on to that outside of his team. Oh, got tight, had to bail out of the gas.
3 wide behind them going into turn 3.
Look out.
Oh, that normally doesn't work too well.
Whoa, thinking 4 wide.
Thinking about 4.
See those cars come popping up out of that hole, and that's exactly what it feels like as you crest that hill.
Oh, there's a 2-car. Keselowski getting loose again underneath the race car. This time, Kevin Harvick.
He's got his hands full. That was big time loose there.
Tyler Reddick on the inside. There's that, and here comes Almirola.
Wow, pretty big block right there by Martin on Eric. These guys are getting after it, huh?
Yeah.
Getting closer to the pay window.
We've seen this before. Brad Keselowski turns down to the bottom. That car just, as it loads, the back end wants to come around. This time he did a little bit better job staying out of the left side of Kevin Harvick.
Definitely light on his feet getting into the corner.
Saw Alex Bowman just take off on that restart. Actually had a run at our leader Kyle Larson down the back straightaway. but now falls back into the clutches of that 24, William Byron.
If I'm them guys right now, I'm just going to try to ride and hopefully beat this 5-car in traffic on a long run. I don't think you have any chance of beating him on this short half, the first 15 laps or so of these runs.
Yeah, don't over-abuse your tires trying to put a ton of pressure on them in those first few laps. I agree with that, Clint. Unless you got a legit, and I think that's what Bowman was thinking there. He thought he might have a legitimate shot of getting position on Kyle Larson and went for it right there. And then since then, he's like, you know what, I'm going to keep some clean air to the nose. How about Kurt Busch now into the top 5?
Yeah, good, obviously good pit stop there. Boys helped him out, getting up there in that track position and really getting.
Did a nice job choosing that outside lane. Remember, that's the choose rule. When they come down to that start-finish line with 1 to go, they get to choose inside or outside. And Kurt Busch chose the right lane in that outside that time.
You know, and Alex Bowman did a good job on that restart on the bottom. I mean, you're such at a disadvantage being down there because of the track is slicker down there. They have the momentum on the outside, and you have to respond to that leader when he goes.
It's so easy to, when you respond, to spin those tires, especially 750 horsepower.
Well, he's already on the throttle. You're trying to react to that. He's already a beat ahead of you. Then you get on the gas, trying to keep up and spin the tires.
Now back at 15th and 16th, Joey Logano, who had a long stop, and right behind him, Daniel Suarez. Jamie.
Daniel Suarez started this race 24th. I talked to him before he got in his race car. He said, I love this place. He's had 4 top 10s here. He won the Xfinity Series race here in 2016. I said, what would you be happy with today? He said, we can be a top 10 car. They just told him he has top 6 speed right now. If they could just keep it clean and keep knocking him off, they've been slowly moving their way forward.
Well, let's show you where the Coca-Cola family of drivers are in the field at 144 laps to go. Denny Hamlin 8th, Austin Dillon top 10. We mentioned Logano and Suarez 15th and 16th, and Ryan Newman back at 23rd, 3 laps back after a top 10 last week in Darlington.
Pretty stout family of drivers, the old Coke family always has been.
Jamie?
Update Joey Logano. He's been mired back just a little bit. It's hard to see from here. I know our camera guys do an incredible job, but he too has a huge hole punched right in the middle of his grill. That's been affecting the handling. They finally realized every time they put tape on it was coming off, and it's because of that. Great camera work right there, guys, but that's definitely been hurting his turn in the center. That's been his biggest complaint.
Well, and we saw when that tape came off right before the end of stage 2. He dropped about 8 spots within a few laps, so that must have been that tape coming off the grill and how much that's affecting the front downforce and overall downforce of that 22 car.
And Logano without his crew chief this week, one of several drivers. .140 laps to go. This final stage may likely include green flag pit stops. We'll see. Welcome back to Dover. Here's our Credit One Bank one to watch.
Yeah, one to watch. Mike, this is going to be really easy. Last time that Kyle Larson was here in Dover in 2019, he won, and he's going to win today.
I put a lot of thought into this. I decided to roll the dice. I'm going with Kyle Larson in the 5 car.
Hey, it's my pick, boys. Kyle Larson. Why would you think anything different? The only person that's going to beat Kyle Larson today is Kyle Larson.
Clint, I've been in this pit box all day long, barely heard a word. It's Kyle Larson all the way today.
4 times he swept both stages, didn't get to victory lane. 5 times he's led over 155 laps, didn't get to victory lane. Do you think today's the day? And that's our Credit One Bank one to watch. Hope you enjoyed it.
How can
Did you say ones
else?
or one to watch?
just one, Larry. Just one. Meanwhile, his teammates are fighting it out here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Alex Bowman, William Byron, Chase Elliott, all within 4 seconds of the lead.
Yeah, it's actually a great race back here. It's just not for the lead.
It's just not Kyle Larson.
Can't see him in the picture.
And you bring up a good point, Clint. All over this racetrack all day long. Maybe it's not been up front for the lead, but we have seen tremendous racing. I think this package, the low downforce, higher horsepower, and the tire that Goodyear's brought here is really making this track widen out. Lots of passing, lots of great action.
Well, I said it in the pre-race. You know, you talk about sensation of speed, the workload on the drivers. You flat haul the mail around this place. And when you're doing that, it's very hard to be door-to-door with somebody. We've seen it with Brad Keselowski and things like that. Very, very challenging going the speeds that you do at Dover to be dicing it up.
Well, Clint thinks it must be time to crank it for Kyle, because that's what we're going to do. Lap 283 at Dover International Speedway. A Hendrick house cleaning. Rick Hendricks, 4 Camaros have been in positions 1, 2, 3, 4 for the last 80 laps now. But change is going to come because green flag pit stops may be on the horizon, and that's the chatter on all the radios. Brad Keselowski talking about green flag versus a caution flag stop.
All right, I finally have the same stability as they do, but they have 4 turns. The last one I had the same turn, but less stability. Did you catch my drift? Would you rather have the front turn or stability? Yellow flag, I want front turn. Green flag stop, I want stability.
I love that conversation right there. Great question to ask, Brad Keselowski, because it does change. When you're under caution, you're going to be in traffic and you're taking off on a restart. The car is going to handle different. You're in around other cars that are knocking the air over the top of your car, so it's not going to handle the same. So you're going to want something completely different, more front turn. But under a green flag stop, you come out, you're in clean air up to speed, and that car's going to turn much better. And there's where you want the stability that Brad was asking.
Well, that's good communication from anybody, especially a fill-in crew chief. Brad obviously was giving great feedback of what he needed, but that crew chief stepped in there and asked the right question to get the right result.
The track takes rubber, the track gives it up. Regan.
Well, Mike, that's something else we got to keep in mind. If we have green flag stops here, we will not have the rubber picked up off the racetrack like we normally do. This tire we're looking at right here is one that came off under yellow. You can see how all that rubber adheres to that tire. Green flag stops, that doesn't happen. Also makes you want to adjust the car differently.
There's nothing worse. What you see right there, how about a caution comes out at the end of these things and you try to take off on old tires?
That's
you
what
have
I was
to get them cleaned up, man. It's like being on marbles when you drive off into the
That's what I was going to say. I don't think there's a worse racetrack than this one here at Dover of if you have hot tires and you don't pit. Let's say you only have a few laps on those tires, you decide to stay out, but you've now picked up all that rubber and you go down to the first corner. You better not be side by side.
No.
You're gonna use 8 tires.
You need the whole racetrack.
Well, let's check in with our crew chief and see what he's mulling over for this next stop, Larry.
Yeah, well, the thing I'm looking at is if we stay green, when do you make the green flag pit stop? I go back to our PNC race strategy. If you split this stage in half, they're going to pit somewhere around lap 320 to 325, which is 75 to 80 laps to go, which is still a few laps from now. But I think, going back to that strategy again, if your car is pretty decent, do you roll the dice and try to run it out as far as a fuel run? That way you can go about another 20 or 25 laps, and you hope to get a caution, and you put guys that have pitted under green down a lap. I think you might see 2 different theories here if we indeed get that far under green.
Well, one thing that I'm seeing, Larry, that's a lot different than what we had last week at Darlington. We saw 2-3 seconds of fall off during a run at Darlington. So when somebody pits, you've got to get in right away. Here, it's about a second, maybe, second and 2 or 3 tenths of fall off over this run so far at this point. So, having to jump down pit road as fast as somebody else does, not quite as important. You can stretch out there, stay out there a little bit longer, hope you catch a caution. Not a long time, but a little bit longer.
And those cautions may come at a track like this.
Yeah.
This is a very tricky pit road and things like that on the entrance. You could very easily get a caution.
Usually by somebody trying to get the pit road.
Yeah, right. Haven't seen much of that today. The only caution for cause was when Chase Briscoe cut a tire and got up and into the turn 1 wall. Otherwise,
let's
just the
talk
stage
about
brakes.
why those cautions come out too. Jeff, we talked about this earlier in the week. You are going so fast. I've said that time and time again. You're going so fast on this racetrack, and we saw it in the pre-race with Matt Kenseth. I'll never forget that day. When you dip down off this concrete surface on the asphalt, it's like you're on ice, and you slip and slide around. So that being said, you have to do all of the stopping. When I say stop, you're going from 120, 30 mile an hour out there down to 35 mile an hour pits, and you have to pretty much do that on the racetrack. Recipe for disaster.
And so if you do that on the racetrack, racetrack. Now you know what happens? You're looking in your mirror. Is anybody coming? Do they know you're coming to pit road? Because the last thing you want to do is be hard on the brakes while that guy's coming in the corner 150, 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't surprise the guy behind you. Make sure your spotter's up there waving. Make sure you're waving. Make sure that guy knows that you're fixing to slam on the brakes when you get into turn 3.
Tyler Reddick, 10th place, 14 seconds off the lead, and one of 7 Camaros in the top 10.
Yeah, there is Richard Childress right there. Owner of that race team. I tell you what, Chevys came to play here in Dover today.
Likes what he's seeing. Got both his cars in the top 10 right there. Doing a great job.
Dillon 9th, Reddick 10th. And separated by about a second and a half. We're going to use our Fox Ghost car to show you the drop-off between new tires and tires that have aged 45 laps later.
You can just see the speed difference, man. There's no better feeling for fresh feel goods at this racetrack.
I mean, you know, kind of going back to my point, yes, there's no doubt there's a difference. But remember last week at Darlington when we tried to show this, they weren't even in the screen. I think we went through the first corner and the car at older tires was just gone out of the screen.
Yeah, great point.
And there's another difference. I think when we started this stage, it was still pretty cloudy. Now the sun's back out again. How about Alex Bowman in second place, 4 seconds back? Jamie?
What an impressive run for this 48 team. The last 3 weeks they finished 17th or worse. They really hoped to have a run like this today. Right now he's just saying he's too free. He moves up the racetrack to tighten it up, but it's so hard on his tires, so he's running the bottom there. Said when they stop next time, he just needs some rear stability. And they just told him, hey, sun is out. Let's see what the balance does here.
Well, if you can predict what the weather's going to do, then you can adjust to it. But man, it's hard to predict these clouds. All of these, got some big puffy clouds just coming in and out. A little bit of hazy clouds on top of that too. So even if it's not a full cloud that comes over, there's like a piece of one that just creates kind of a haze over this racetrack.
You know, Jeff, just to put a period on the fall off on that 80-lap run we had early in the race from the competition caution into stage 1, it was about a second and a half, second 3/4. 80 laps at Darlington, that would have been, to your point, maybe up to 4 seconds a lap difference.
Oh no, not Eric Almirola.
Turn 4.
Man, I just feel for him and this race team. They just cannot catch a break. Clearly right front tire went down, Clint.
Definitely what it looks like.
Fifth caution of the day comes out at lap 3:01. He was running 13th on the lead lap.
Man, I feel bad for him. All of them. So he goes in the corner.
That's coming off of turn 2 down the back straightaway into turn 3. As soon as it loads in those bumps.
Yeah. Long for the ride.
And
now it's on fire. That's insult to injury. Why not? Now it's going to catch on fire and burn to the ground. Man, they've taken a beating. Get it out, boys. They need that car. There's still something left. Uh-oh.
You can see.
I knocked the wind out of him.
He said on the in-car radio that was quite a hard hit. The AMR safety team right there to attend to him. And the fire truck arrives. Jamie?
Yeah, he came on the radio and you could hear him. He just had to take a minute to catch his breath, and just being ginger right there, that was a big hit for Eric Almirola. We all hope that obviously he's okay. Remember, he had that huge crash at Kansas a few years ago where he broke his back and it took him a while to get back. So hopefully everything is fine there and we'll be able to talk to him if he's released from the medical center.
Those are always the worst hits too. Stoving that thing up right front first like that. You take the side blow and the frontal blow. It's just the worst of both
both cases.
And the safer barrier does an excellent job of absorbing some of that, but it's still, when you're traveling the speed you're traveling here, it's still going to be a big impact.
Yeah,
that shows you just how hard that hit was.
Pit road will be open this time. Ryan Preece will again get the free pass, but he had been lapped again, so he was 2 laps down along with his teammate Ricky Stenhouse. So he'll get the free pass and go back to 1 lap down again.
You know, Mike, as we get ready for these pit stops, the 5 team of Larson, the 48 team of Bowman, and the 9 team of Elliott in this race, all 3 pit crews have had their fastest stop of 2021, getting the job done on pit road too.
You bet. Regan.
The 24 of William Byron. That race car was better that run early, but he needs long run speed. Wants an adjustment so the car doesn't go away after 10 laps. The 5 car, Kyle Larson, your leader, they made an adjustment for long run speed. He liked it. That worked out for them. And the 9 car of Chase Elliott, his car was turning a little better for him that run. He just needs a really good stop, he said. Jamie.
Denny Hamlin's balance really good. He said on the long run, though, here, I'd like to be on the tight side, but I'm just worried how that'll hurt us on our restarts. And the 48, once that rear support here, as he talked about, he was trying to run low on the racetrack. They'll do a 4-tire stop in air pressure for Alex Bowman.
And Bowman gets out first.
How'd he beat Kyle Larson? Lean on your pit crew right there. You're gonna have to, he's gonna have to get up on it, get back around to 48. That was huge right there, guys.
Yes, it was.
96 laps to go. We're under caution for Eric Almirola into the wall in turn 4. That's team owner Rick Hendrick having the kind of day that team owners dream of. Since lap 204, he's had the first 4 positions. And just now is the first time today that Kyle Larson has lost the lead on pit road. Let's break this down.
Yeah, just watch the rear tire changer. Just, I don't know if, you know, there was a lug nut or he was slow to get there, just a little bit behind, not much. I mean, he cleans it up, does a pretty nice job on this left side. Nothing obvious there.
It seemed like they were waiting on the Jack guy, too. Like, I think the Jack was slow, but man, he said that second difference in the pit stop is right there, a car length.
Well, let me add to this. A little off on the 5. Remember when we did our pit crew ranking a few weeks ago, how that 48 was up there at the top of the list? They just had the fastest pit stop of any team in 2021.
Wow.
Money stop, baby.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, do it right then when it really counts.
Well, they picked the right time. In other news, Ricky Stenhouse, too fast entering pit road. Just his 2nd speeding penalty of the year. So to be 92 laps to go when we get back to green, Bowman has chosen the outside lane.
And so has Kyle Larson. And then teammate Chase Elliott, other teammate William Byron on that inside lane.
The first non-Hendrick Chevys, Kevin Harvick's Ford and Denny Hamlin's Toyota, back in row 3.
It's interesting, Larson chose the outside behind him. He's going to have to push hard. He might end up 3rd right here.
Preece with the free pass is now just 1 lap down. We're going to listen to William Byron's team on the restart and spotter Tab Boyd. What do you think, Lee? Think your old teammate there in the 4 has something for this Hendrick group?
Certainly flexing a little muscle right here on the restart. Did a good job of getting around William Byron. It's amazing. Look at the shot right there. See how those cars pick up that rubber, how clean that racetrack is on the bottom? It's not very long at all. I'll be right back rubber down, especially with the sun out like this and slick.
Well, and also aggressiveness. You don't know if this is the last restart you're going to get. So aggressiveness on these restarts starts to show up, and you're not going to give an inch, just like Kevin Harvick fought hard on the outside to get that spot from William Byron.
It's going to be interesting, you know, as you see these guys side by side, what Kyle Larson, how he plans to attack. You know, we talked about that before. If you're Alex Bowman and Larson was out front, do you pounce on it right now, Jeff, or do you try to hold off, wait for some lap traffic, some atmosphere later on in the run?
Yeah, well, he kind of went through this last week, right? Behind our leader, Mark Truex Jr. I know much different racetrack, but he got into those tire tracks and he overheated those tires a little bit, and you know, he wasn't able to make that move. So I guarantee you all that's running through Kyle Larson's head right now of how to approach these closing laps.
88 to go. Brad Keselowski had to start at the back. He had to make a second pit stop because they hung a lug nut in between the brake caliper and the wheel on their pit stop.
You know, we've seen today lug nuts get caught in the jack. It's unbelievable that it doesn't happen more often to these teams. When you start looking at slow motion, these pit stops, seeing these lug nuts flinging all over the place, and where they land sometimes. Whoa! Wrecking on the back straightaway.
Is that Alfredo to the inside against the wall, which yesterday seemed to collect a lot of cars and piled them up one on top of the other.
Well, and that was right. We saw Ricky Stenhouse Jr. riding on board with him, and Brad Keselowski makes contact. So clearly something happened ahead of him.
In front of him, yeah.
And turn 2 there, underneath that bridge, seems to be the choke point of this racetrack. When somebody gets sideways, it's like the whole track is blocked.
Well, I'm surprised there's only one car that's wrecked back there right now.
Man, talk about timing. We were riding with Ricky right here. Perfect timing, and I was like, hey, something's wrong. Sure enough, they were wrecking.
So see, Stenhouse gets all over the rear bumper. That's one way you make a pass here, or that's another way that you do it. I don't think he expected Keselowski to come in there and make contact, though, so that may have sent Ricky Stenhouse Jr. into Alfredo with a little bit of damage.
Easy, straighten up, crosses out.
He definitely dumped Alfredo. No question about it.
Alfredo left about 2 feet, 3 feet open to the bottom of that racetrack, and Ricky Stenhouse
Put that on Alfredo? It was his fault?
No, I'm saying Ricky Stenhouse Jr. tried to fill that gap that was not open enough for a race car.
And then came Keselowski and almost straightened Alfredo out. Almost.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but you're back to the pinch point, what you were talking about. Obviously, that isn't the crash. Man, look at it. Got a can opener here on the right side.
Slice that bean can right open.
All the way from the right front fender to the right rear tire.
But usually off of there, there's a car underneath one, and you get loose under him like we've seen Brad Keselowski do and save it time and time again today. You get loose underneath of him, trying to stay off of him, get into him, and it all breaks loose from there. The other thing is, back to that speed that I was talking about. You cannot just stop on a dime in these cars. You are going so fast over there. When they wreck, it's almost as if it's in a lap. Look at this, boys.
Oh, this might switch some things up here.
How do you beat them guys? Let's get off cycle. Let's try something.
So Denny Hamlin leads a group onto pit road. Blaney Chastain, Dylan Logano there, and Kurt Busch. Jamie.
There's a few sets of tires still laying here, so why not take them if you need to fix your car? Denny Hamlin just really tight there landing, wanted to improve it a little bit, and they make a chassis adjustment and an air pressure adjustment for him.
Larry, what do you think of this after just 6 laps of green flag racing?
Mike, the only way you're going to beat Bowman, Larson, Elliott to Clinton, Jeff's point, you're going to have to do something different. If your car's not right, it's not going to get better deeper into a run. To Jamie Little's point, you got 2 or 3 sets of fresh tires laying there. Come get them. Not a bit surprised that the guys at the front stayed out, and guys that's been struggling today got 4 tires with more adjustments.
We have an issue here for the 1 car, Kurt Busch, on that stop.
And let's go down outside the care center to Regan.
Well, Eric Almirola was having a much-needed solid run today. Eric, first off, are you okay? We saw you a little ginger getting out of the race car. Second off, did it give you any kind of inkling there was a problem leading up to that?
Yeah, I'm okay. That was another hard hit. Man, my body's hurting. It doesn't want to take any more hard hits like that. Just such a trying year. I don't know what exactly happened. I think something in the suspension broke. It wasn't like a right front went down. It wasn't like all of a sudden. A couple laps before that, I felt like I was laying on the splitter pretty hard, which is unusual that far into the run. And I kind of mentioned it on the radio and then went down into turn 3, the worst possible place. Well, there's no good place at Dover to have a suspension failure or a tire go down, but our guys deserve so much better. Our partners, Smithfield, Ford, everybody, Go Bowling, Pit Boss Grills, everybody that helps us deserves so much better. We're so much more capable, but we just, God is really testing us this year. Thanks, Eric.
Another tough break for Eric Almirola. And they'll look forward to next week. Alex Bowman, your race leader, driving that number that's had so much success here. Jamie.
And that would be Jimmy Johnson. He was the king of Dover for many, many years. 11 times he went to victory lane. That's right on the other side of this wall. And his race engineer for many of these wins right here, Greg Ives. Greg Ives, of course, is the crew chief for Alex Bowman. I talked to him today about winning here, and he said, I was in victory lane many times. I never took home one of those trophies, that Monster the Miles trophy, because I wanted to earn it myself as a crew chief. Well, right now, this is as close as he's ever been here.
It's 83 laps away from that possibility.
And think about that combination right there. Yeah. Jimmy Johnson's the driver, Jack Ganess the crew chief, and Greg Ives was your lead engineer, who's now one of the top crew chiefs out there. That's how you win a lot of races.
And the trophy the winner gets has their car in Miles' hand, just as you see it there.
Is Miles foreseeing the future here?
Full size. Now, Jeff, I want you to stop looking to the south down past Dover Air Force Base, where the skies are very, very dark.
I'm having a hard time looking past it, Mike, because my eyes are right on it, and it is getting closer.
Jeff, that's not coming this way.
Okay.
I think we're too far north for that one.
Why does it keep getting bigger in the mirror, sir?
Thank you for playing. Pay no attention to the dark clouds to the south. We got 82 laps to. I want to see how this turns out. I want to see these 82 laps.
We're going to. It's going to be a good 82. This is a battle. Man, Hendrick Motorsports. Wow. The whole front rows, 2 of them.
The whole front 2 rows.
That's right.
4 of them.
You just see how tough it is. But this is those old tires. Watch these guys go off in the corner, really slide up the track. Oh.
Kevin Harvick taking advantage. Oh, here comes a battle. Is Kevin Harvick going to take advantage of these guys battling up front? Gets to the outside of the 5, possibly.
I tell you what that was. Just enough to stall out the 48. He might get them both right here. Kevin, so the 5 of Kyle Larson was actually to the side of Bowman, probably going to make the pass. When the 4 got next to him, it slowed his run down, side drafting off of him, and it allowed the 48 to get on by.
If Alex Bowman was not the teammate to Kyle Larson, that might have been a different outcome going through that last corner.
Well,
so 8 drivers stayed out.
Flip side of that, too. If the 5 wasn't a good teammate, the 48 would have been moved out of the way.
Right. First 8 drivers stayed out on 8-lap tires, as Kevin Harvick tries to upset the Chevy show here.
They can do it for a couple laps, hanging tough out there on the outside.
First car with new tires is Denny Hamlin, then Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain, and Martin Truex.
And you know, to these guys up front, they had just enough cars stay out on track. It's going to make it a little bit difficult for Denny Hamlin. Some of these guys with fresher tires, they're going to burn up those tires just a little bit coming through the field to try to get to those leaders.
It's a great point. And every lap that goes by, it kind of equalizes.
This right here is going to show you just how difficult it is to pass here, how much aerodynamics plays a role in these long corners here at Dover, because that 23 of Bubba Wallace is on older tires, and you can see making it very difficult for Denny Hamlin to make that pass. Normally, he'd just blow right by him.
And you can tell, listen to the in-car right here. You can tell this thing's pretty light on its feet. As soon as he bailed out of the gas right there, the least little bit, that 11 car was all over him.
The first 8 drivers are on older tires, but it won't take long for the advantage of the new tires to equal out.
No, you build that air pressure up very fast to that right front tire when you're in the position Denny Hamlin is right now.
Caution, debris on the front straightaway.
See, brake hose.
Could be off of, well, could be off any, but that 12 car had those issues with the ductwork, may have finally fell out.
7th caution of the day, lap 326.
Now what do you do, Larry?
Stay out.
Those that stayed out, stay out again. You know, you know, if we ran a number of laps, but that was only 6 green flag laps there since that last caution. So no way those top 5 or 6 come to pit road, because right now they have a total of 2 runs, a total of 11 green flag laps on their tires.
So you have 19 lead lap cars. Ricky Stenhouse, 2 laps down, will get the free pass. Well, Alex Bowman's lead just disappeared.
We only went 5 laps there. Still feel like we stayed out. The guys who pitted didn't really make up any time. 10-4.
Agreed. All 8 drivers that stayed out on the last caution are still in the first 8 positions. Pit road will be open this time with 74 to go.
Top 8 staying out, listening to Larry Mack.
Joey Logano comes in. Kurt Busch, Ryan Preece, who was the free pass 1 caution ago, is also in, along with Cole Custer. Everybody else on the lead lap stayed out. We're going to take you Fox side by side with 73 to go.
I am in awe of your bravery, your selflessness, your strength. For the millions of ways you keep us safe, I am only here because of your sacrifice. And I am not going to stop until each and every one of you is recognized for what you do for this country. And for that, I am forever grateful. I am NASCAR.
You don't always set out to be a rock star, but when the spotlight finds you,
come on,
you become one anyway.
During the Spotlight sales event, get 0% financing for 72 months or $5,050 in total values on the 2021 Ram 1500.
4. Then 5, turn, 5. Kick.
We got chased by these wild coyotes.
They were following her because she had beef jerky in her pocket.
Don't mind me, come on.
Pick that up, right there.
As long as you keep making the internet an amazing place to be, we'll keep bringing you a faster, more secure, and more amazing internet. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR.
Every time I eat stuffed crust from Pizza Hut, I play this song. But watch what happens when I play it backwards.
Eat 3-topping stuffed crust backwards.
The original stuffed crust, just $11.99. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
A special night of baseball, Friday on FS1. Lorenzo Cain leads the Brew Crew
It is caught!
against Nick Castellanos and the Reds.
This ball is blasted.
Friday night at 7 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Here we go.
That is sensational. Outstanding save.
That is how you deliver.
I am bumping, banging, and battling to the finish. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
Our week in Dover started Thursday in Wilmington. Artie Kepner and the Autism Society of Delaware hosted the 20th annual golf tournament. A great time was had by all. You don't see any golfers out there because we're all in the clubhouse imbibing. We all got a lot of practice. And the team with the best pencil, wedge, and eraser came in at 19 under. Team Rogetz, and thanks to Noah Gregson and saw Tad Geschecter, Jamie, Adam Alexander. We had a great time for a great cause, raising almost $250,000 on Thursday for autism.
Fantastic.
And the POWER program that employs kids and gives them really useful careers and futures.
Yeah, I don't know who came up with that idea, but I loved it from the time it came out. Definitely jumped on board, and they just do such a great job. You said that's a lot of money to raise, and it's a lot of hard work going to a very good cause.
330 miles. Clint has brought us farm-crafted strawberry Frobert. Thanks for the ice cream. A Dover tradition. Hang on to your spoons, everybody. Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, Kevin Harvick. Here we go, 70 to go.
See the difference between new tires and those tires that already have some pressures and heat in them, as Kevin Harvick not able to take advantage of that outside lane that time. Not from the lack of effort, though. Hey, check out this position right here. 7th place, 6th place. Tyler Reddick going to 6th on Daniel Suarez. Staying out, paying off.
Still, the top 8 cars are the ones that stayed out.
Yeah, but the back bumper camera of this car right here is the one that you're going to have to look out for. There's a lot of business to be had right up behind Bubba Wallace.
I'll tell you what, this just got really excited. It's not over yet. Denny Hamlin moved the 12 of Blaney up the corner in 3 and 4.
I think it all stacked up when we were riding.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Coming through.
I mean, the bump and run, that was beautiful, but Blaney was wanting to get back to his rear bumper in the next corner.
Key is run.
So Denny Hamlin on 5-lap tires, the 7 cars ahead of him on 12-lap tires, and then a few with new tires.
Well, unfortunately, it evens things out a good bit because that one heat cycle, and now you run under caution with heat in those tires. Those air pressures have built up. Now you don't have as much of an advantage as you did on those very fresh tires.
So of the cars that just stopped, Joey Logano up 4 spots to 11 is the first of those, then Cole Custer. Among those that have not been in recently, Daniel Suarez in 7th. Jamie.
Yeah, he last put in lap 304. Mike, he told me he'd be disappointed if they weren't a top 10 car today, and that's exactly what they're doing. He told his team, I don't have any front grip, but I don't care. I'm going to go race them hard. He's hoping to bring home his 2nd top 10 of the season.
And he'll be looking for another one next week. Suarez really excited about going to Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, where NASCAR will race for the first time.
Yeah, he's a good road racer.
Making the most of his opportunity, too. You know, said it right there in that comment. Hey, yeah, the front turn's not very good, but I don't care. I'm pushing as hard as I can. You know, his mind's in the right spot. I feel like paid the price last year a little bit. He's it's so refreshing to see him running well with a new startup team like this.
When I saw Denny Hamlin get to the rear bumper of Bubba Wallace, I thought that was going to get Bubba pretty loose going into turn 1. But
you're going to wreck your own car.
Well, I know he's not going to wreck him, but I thought he's at least going to get him loose. Maybe move him out of the way a little bit. But, man, he shot up the racetrack when he did that. And not Bubba, Denny.
We still got a long way to go, but just think about it. Bubba Wallace in that 23 car, not only is he trying to score his first top 10 of the year, he's trying to score his first top 15 of the year.
He's got that car pretty free. I can tell by the throttle in the in-car right here. She's pretty light on its rear feet, kind of tiptoeing around that bottom like that.
And I think that's why this is paying off for him right now, being on these older tires, because that's actually tightened up his race car. Like we heard Brad Keselowski talk about, I need more front turn if I'm going to be in traffic on a yellow flag and a restart. So that free car, and Denny's car's pretty loose also.
10th place here. Penske teammates.
Wearing the back bumper, the 12 car out. Right? Blaney, he must got his hands full since the hole in the front.
Now remember, Logano has new tires. He's the first car in the race that stopped at lap 327. And now Denny Hamlin moves up to 8.
So we're talking about right there. See, he squirted the center, drove right to his back bumper. But because Denny had that diamond, when he got to the throttle, he got wide open. You really see how he made that straightaway long and drove off from him.
But you can see, I mean, he's driving away from him, but he's not yarding him in one lap. So those new tires versus older tires, not near as big of a difference as we see at a lot of other racetracks.
But see right here, so he moved up, tried something different. All right, I'm going to move up and do what Denny's doing. He got in there and got loose. I told you, I could tell by the throttle response in this car, when he ran up to try to take Logano's line right here, you can't do it. You got to just stick to what you're good at. You're wrapping that bottom good, staying with your momentum. These guys are on tires. Get the right information and stay as consistent as you possibly can. That's going to help in the long run.
Now, as they come off the corner down the backstretch, look up at the top of the screen there. I'm afraid we may need to pay a little bit of attention to those dark clouds.
Sure. Now you change your mind. I'm going to tell you, if it gets here, it's going to hit this racetrack hard. Let's hope it in 50-plus laps, it doesn't do that.
Yeah, that
so
is
you guys can look at that for 2 or 3 more laps. What you need to be looking at is this race for the lead. Now we're starting to catch some lappers, and this is Kyle Larson's opportunity to try to make a pass on his teammate.
And I'm going to point out one other thing, Clint, is the pace. When they were running 23-second lap times, that's where you just weren't able to do anything if you're Kyle Larson on our leader, Alex Bowman. As the pace starts to get into the 24-second bracket, that's when I think Kyle Larson and lap traffic, as you mentioned, I think that's where the potential pass, if he can make it's going to come.
He's going to have to earn it. Alex Bowman knows who's behind him. He's going to be taking his line. Spotter's going to help him do that. Catch these lappers at the right time. So important not to have one of these lappers stall you out, because that's all it'll take. You know, we talk about Kyle Larson and his second-place finishes. How does this keep happening? Dominant race car, leads the most laps, finished second. How that happens is exactly how you saw it. This is a team effort, but you got to remember a young team, you know, together. I know that they were around, but they're working together, and those things you're going to perfect with time.
Harry Gant, great NASCAR racer. He's a nominee for the Hall of Fame, and deservedly so. And Harry had 8 or 9 second-place finishes before he finally did break through and win his first Cup race. And I remember asking him after about 8 second-place finishes about that, and Harry got a little. He said, "Hey, second place pays pretty good too."
Oh man, I love hearing stories about Harry Gant.
Yep.
I got a chance to race with him early in my career. Man, what an amazing guy and driver.
I don't know what his secret is either. I mean, I look back to the start of my career, I look like I'm 100 years older than that. He looks the same age for the last 40 years.
One of our heroes, to be sure. 51 to go. We'll take you Fox side by side.
I am a driver with a dream. And part of that dream is making all the doubters believe that my name belongs here. I may be new to some, but I am not to be taken lightly.
Oh, and now they're really going at it. Yeah, they are.
Because if you let your guard down, I will rise above. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I am NASCAR.
If it looks like an F-150, goes like an F-150, hauls like an F-150, thinks like an F-150, and powers like an F-150, it must be an F-150 hybrid. The 2021 F-150 Power Boost Hybrid with 570 pound-feet of torque and 12,700 pounds of max available towing.
Weather's perfect. Family's all together.
When we switch to Geico, save money on our boat insurance.
How can it get any better than this?
Dad, I just caught a goldfish.
There's no goldfish in this lake.
Whoa.
It's pure gold. We're gonna be rich. We're gonna be rich!
It only gets better when you switch and save with Geico.
The next great flavor from Wendy's is here. The Bourbon Bacon Cheeseburger. With Wendy's signature Applewood smoked bacon smothered in our brand new bourbon bacon sauce. Because Wendy's goes all in on flavor, unlike other places.
Innovation is this team's secret sauce.
Isn't our secret sauce kind of like Thousand Island?
Shh, they might be listening. Bill's right. Everyone, break your phone. Get him on the table.
I don't have an insurance plan for my phone. It's no secret. When it comes to flavor, we got you with the new Bourbon Bacon Cheeseburger. Only at Wendy's.
I am tradition. With the colors of many flags. I am a movement. I am NASCAR, darling.
45 laps to go in Dover. Tomorrow, pro football continues with a spring league doubleheader on FS1. The Generals take on the Sea Lions. The Jousters battle the Blues. Hard-hitting action kicks off tomorrow, 7 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. There's the gap, first to second, 7/10 of a second. Hendrick Motorsports, positions 1 through 4. Stuart Haas, 5th with Kevin Harvick. Richard Childress Racing, 6th with Tyler Reddick. Then Team Trackhouse, Team Penske, Joe Gibbs Racing, and Team 1123. That's your top 10. One through 4. Pete DiPaolo Racing. That was, I believe, a Ford factory effort in 56 and in 57. And Roush Fenway Racing at Homestead, Miami are the only teams in NASCAR Cup history to score a 1 through 4 finish.
Not easy to do, that's for sure.
Oh, my goodness.
Think of how competitive this series is, how hard it is to get 4 race cars not only to be that competitive and fast, but then to have the pit stops, the strategy, everything to fall your way. That's why it so far hasn't happened to Hendrick Motorsports. Could it happen today?
I hate to say this, guys. It's getting darker outside.
Oh, are you buying into this now?
Well, I'm the one that pointed it out in the first place. Thank you. But I honestly, you were talking about rain, and it was sunshine in here. Now that rain I can actually see hit the ground over there. I'm getting nervous.
That is about 10 miles south of us. And it's going to stay there for 40 laps.
40.
Hendrick Motorsports has one very heralded 1-2-3 finish. That was the 1997 Daytona 500 when Jeff Gordon beat Terry Labonte and Ricky Craven to the finish line.
Boy, what a day that was. I remember it well.
Harlan Rick Hendrick was home recovering from illness but he had a very special racing electronics setup where he could talk to all 3 of his drivers from home. Pretty slick.
It was slick. And I gotta tell you, he was extremely proud of that effort. Of course, it was the Daytona 500, but this here today, I tell you, if there's anything that could top it, it might be a 1, 2, 3, 4 finish.
Oh, yes. Regan.
Another guy having a good day right now is Tyler Reddick in the 8 car. That race car, though, needs long runs. Right now, he needs this thing to go at least 30 laps so the top comes back in for him. That's where his race car's been the best. He's been making up a lot of time when it happens. This is a team that's been trying to close out races. That was their goal at the start of the day, as we see it very loose right there. So far, so good with that goal.
I've been watching him. He is hung out, loose. Probably why that thing runs so well long into a run on that outside. I know that's a complete shocker that Tyler Reddick is running the outside.
How is that any different than any other weekend with Tyler Reddick?
Joey Logano closing in. Remember, Logano restarted 15th with new tires. While that advantage is gone, whatever they did to that 22 has really woken it up.
That's all right. Cole Custer hanging tough right here. Battle for 11th.
Yeah, that was definitely a great timed pit stop and tire change for the 22 of Logano. Remember, we documented some of their struggles, a hole in the nose. And this is by far the most competitive they've been all day long and taking advantage of those 4 fresher Goodyears.
You know, back to Cole Custer, that 41, he got 4 fresh tires the same time Joey Logano did in that 22. You just saw Custer up there battling Ryan Blaney in the 12.
Getting frustrated right there. Going to move up, try to take some air off of him, get him loose. Now he's got to get off in this corner, hook that bottom. There you go. So or
do the slide job.
The old-fashioned slide job always works well, too. A lot of rubber down on that racetrack.
Yep. Coda next Sunday on FS1. That's going to be fun.
I cannot wait. I'm so excited. The only thing that I'm going to say it again. Boy, I wish I was in a hot rod for that race.
Yep.
It's going to be very interesting. There's a lot of, in my opinion, recipes for disaster. Those long straightaways, very tight corners. That's a dive bomb city opportunity right there.
Yeah, you said dive bomb city because those hard braking zones are going to create some passing opportunities.
And if you mess up one of the S's, you've messed up all of them. It's an interesting racetrack to be sure. I think we're going to get some road course ringers for that race.
Yeah, but
well, there's one road course ringer that's here every weekend. Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott, that's exactly what I was going to say.
I mean, I could.
And we've been looking for him to show up and contend lead laps, and I think that's exactly where the answer is.
See Anthony Alfredo behind Chase, still motoring on despite that big spin and crash into the inside retaining wall. Not much damage in that one. Looked worse than it was.
Yeah, they did a nice job patching that up.
Rick Hendrick closing in on one of stock car racing's longest standing records. Most career wins by a team owner. Joe Gibbs Racing stands at 190 and counting. Hendrick Motorsports 266. And Petty Enterprises at 268. 2 away. Of course, 200 of those were by Richard Petty.
Such a neat guy.
Had to work hard to get this race team where it is. You know, you go back to the very beginning and look at Rick. He only had maybe 1 or 2 dealerships at that time when he decided to get into motorsports and into NASCAR. And just like he built up his business, he's built up this race team.
He grew up in rural southern Virginia, and his dad was a sometimes crewman on Ray Hendrick's winning modified. Ray won over 500 races. No relation, though they spell it the same way. And that's how Rick got introduced to stock car racing. Then he veered off. He got into powerboat racing and found his way back to stock cars and into the Cup Series.
If anybody has a chance at Alex Bowman, the chance is now. We're finally getting in a pretty heavy, significant lap traffic. It's going to be crucial for him to get through him, and then also Larson. And I think I'm pretty shocked that I haven't seen Larson try to move up, change his line a little bit, feel something else out. You're not going to drive through him on that bottom.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too, but you know, as they've gotten into traffic, actually Bowman stretched it out, and now Chase Elliott has gotten a little bit closer to our second place runner, Kyle Larson.
You know, guys, a lot can happen in 25 laps, but if indeed Alex Bowman can seal the deal, obviously he's done his job. But Jamie Little, you got to tip your hat to that pit crew winning that battle off pit road, their last pit stop.
Yeah, Larry, you said it. Fastest of the year for this 48 pit crew, and that's what Alex had asked him. Guys, just give me clean stops. Their spotter, Kevin Hamlin, right now telling their driver, hey, that 5 car is burning up his stuff. He's not closing on you. He needs to reel you in, so don't even worry about him. And guys, right now, Alex is leading his 1,000th lap of his career.
Quite a performance as he gets into traffic here.
Very Jimmy Johnson-esque too. When I watch this 48 go around that racetrack, leading these laps and the closing laps here at Dover.
Hugging that bottom. Nobody did it better than Jimmy.
Nope.
Not the exact same team, but a lot of the same magic.
I'll tell you what, we talked about it, and I told him in the pre-race, we were talking about odds, 18-1 on this 48 car. Pretty good odds right there, so making a lot of money.
This fella comes to the race with that trophy and 30 or so die-cast cars, because one of them has to go into Miles' upper hand, and it has to be the car of the winner.
Yeah, but the Speedway knew something we didn't know, because they already had that 48 Ally Chevrolet
out front.
Out front in the full size Miles the Monster.
Maybe calling their shot, huh?
Maybe. There it is. Maybe we should have done the Credit One Bank 2 to watch.
we knew that we were setting ourselves up, didn't we?
Kyle led 263 of the first 303 laps today. That tells the story.
Mike, remember what I said earlier, the last time the 48 car won here at Dover in the spring of 2017? You guessed it, Kyle Larson finished second.
That's right. Larry, do you have any trends or other news for us?
I was digging my piece of paper out when that last caution came out, so it was right on top of the trend, so that's why you've not seen a trend, which I'm sure that man right there, Greg Ives, hoped the trend that normally we go the last 20 laps caution-free at Dover, because normally it comes out with about 85 to go, so we're well past that.
Okay.
And it looks good to the south. I think we're going to be all right.
I believe you're right.
I think, yeah, it does look like it's moving away from the track now.
Tell you who's done a great job in this green flag run is Joey Logano. He came in and got tires at lap 327 and restarted 15th. Logano has now climbed up to 6th. He is by far the biggest advancer among those that stopped on the last caution. I guess what we've seen is that new tires don't make that big a difference. So if we got a caution, would you come? Would you stay out?
Oh, man, that would get tricky for these crew chiefs. That would be tough, but track position is so important. And, man, I can't believe my eyes right now. I'm watching that 19 Mark Truex Jr. going down a lap to our leader right now, Alex Bowman. I mean, of all tracks that I thought this 19, starting from the pole position here today, dominated last week. If I thought he was going to go back-to-back and do it again, it was right here today.
Yeah, Mike, if we get a caution in the next 6 to 8 laps, I think you got to come. The pace has fallen off almost a second and a half, second, 3/4. Now we get down 5 or 6 to go. That's where the decision gets a little tougher.
Jeff, you saw Rick Hendrick pacing back and forth from one pit to the other.
I was going to say, so what do you do if you're a four-time owner like this and you got your cars run 1, 2, 3, 4? What box do you pick? Do you go over for the shot to get on your leader and you move on? Or
I think he plays a lot of musical chairs on race day when he comes to the track.
That's why he's pacing up and down and walking up and down pit road.
Always in communication and trying to work out what if and what next. Well, this is an all but perfect performance for Team Hendrick with 13 laps to go. The only non-Hendrick drivers to lead today were Martin Truex for 16 laps and Denny Hamlin for 2. That is a thrashing.
Tells me that obviously they've got good hot rods, right? We've seen that over the course of the year. Keep getting better, keep perfecting this. But they have a good setup for this track.
Yeah, that's
a lot of history, a good setup, and all the teams are buying into it. And I think the proof's in the pudding with the performance today.
And the tire, the downforce, the engine package, that hasn't changed much here, over the last couple of years. So you're right, great notes to go off of and great race cars. And clearly, the teams, they stepped up on pit road too.
But here's what's really special. I mean, we have a number of big powerhouse teams with 3 and 4 cars. And they would have a day when 2 of those cars would run extremely well, or 3 of those cars would run very, very well in the case of the 4-car teams. But to have everybody firing on all 8 cylinders and running in the first 4 positions for half of the race, good grief.
Pretty well-oiled machine.
Yes. 10 to go. Joey Logano may fight his way all the way to the top 5 here.
Going back to that call, those tires, separating yourself.
So he was on pit road 23 laps later than Kevin Harvick, who he's battling with. And I think, Larry, help me here, 13 of those laps were green, maybe 14.
Yeah, you had about 11 caution flag laps.
Okay.
So that's so number of caution laps in there as well.
Daniel Suarez stripping to 9th against Denny Hamlin.
That's kind of the surprise to me. Not just Daniel Suarez, a great job he's doing, but that Denny Hamlin, when they came in and got those 4 tires, that it did not really materialize anything.
I agree wholeheartedly. Very, very well. Flip side, look at the 22 that did. He put those tires off.
Joey Logano, top 5.
Tell you what, he stays on this run, he might stink up the show for Rick Hendrick. He's got about half a straightaway to go to get to William Byron. So William Byron gets caught up in some lap traffic or something. Joey Logano with those fresher tires could potentially catch him. We'll see what happens here over the next 7 laps.
A slow car in the apron, but it looks like I think he's gonna.
Yeah, it's Chase Briscoe again, who is now 63 down with 6 to play. He's going to make it to pit road and see if they put it away for the day. One thing you rarely see out of Rick Hendrick is display of emotion, right?
Well, in this situation, I know Rick very well, and he's not necessarily a superstitious kind of guy, but he's seen it all happen before when they've been in some
there's
positions.
A smile.
Hey, there's a smile.
Wait 5 laps. Wait 5 laps, and you'll see the big
exactly.
man.
I was going to say, he's smiling on the inside, but he didn't want to show anything on the outside till this checker flag.
He's nervous right now. Don't take this from me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dominant day.
I also want to call out Kyle Busch. He got down 7 laps early due to a spark plug wire, and he was ready to pull it in and head for the house as soon as it blew up. Well, it didn't. And they pulled in and they fixed it. And despite being 37th with 7 laps down and no chance, he stayed out there. He's run hard. He's only about 2/10 off the leader's lap times, and he's gained 10 positions.
10.
Doesn't mean much today, but when they get to counting points toward the end of the season, that might.
Absolutely.
So good for them. Good effort. Great
Never
effort.
give up. And took a pit stop through the grandstands with his fans out there. He took a bow for him.
That's
Man, it's been a busy day for Kyle Busch.
How does he do it?
Chris Buescher's going to get another lead lap finish. So is Ross Chastain, Austin Dillon, Kurt Busch, Bubba Wallace, Cole Custer.
On this one. Man, I tell you what, he worked for it. The 5 was on his bumper trying to get him loose, hung tough.
Yep.
Won this race on that restart, in my opinion.
White flag in the air. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank.
I go back to Richmond, the race that Alex Bowman won a little bit earlier in the season, how he kind of snookered him and stole that one late in the race. Man, this one was just all about that pit crew and Alex Bowman on the racetrack today.
Checkered flag in the air. Alex Bowman gets his 4th career victory, winning the Drydene 400.
You guys, big crew. You won that race, not me. So proud of you guys. Hell yeah. Yes.
2nd win of the year, 2nd driver with more than 1 victory in 2021. He was runner-up in this race 2 years ago. And this year, he gets to hoist Miles the Monster. For Rick Hendrick, that's career win 267. Going all the way back to the mid-'80s with Jeff Bodine at Martinsville, and win number 1 on a day where Hendrick had said, you know, if we don't do well today, I think we're going to have to fold our tent.
Whoever made it call to wrap that car out there in Miles's hand, man, he's looking really smart right now. Told you, boss. Pick this one. Great job. A big win for that team. And he said it, you know, give praise where it's due. And I like the fact that he recognized his team for getting him out front and from the 5. But that being said, I go back to that restart. He held off that 5 car in some intense pressure.
Well, I'll also say one other thing. If you go back to the beginning of this race, that 48 was not the fastest car on the racetrack. They had to work at it with adjustments, communication, as well as a great pit work. And he had to work his way up through traffic. There's Greg Ives talking about what an incredible effort. He knows how much this means to Rick Hendrick and Hendrick Motorsports to do something they've never done before, which is not easy to do for this organization.
Positions 1 through 4 to Rick Hendrick's Chevy Camaros. Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, and William Byron in a thorough thrashing of the rest of the NASCAR Cup garage. Jamie.
He just said there's a lot of smoke. Alex Bowman wins at Dover, and he gets his crew chief's first official victory as a crew chief at this racetrack. Alex, you just said it's all about the pit crew. What can you say about the chemistry of this team right now and what you're able to do?
Yeah, you know, we won Richmond and then had a really rough couple weeks there, and went to some really good racetracks for us and struggled, and told the guys last week we're still the same team that did it at Richmond. This is another really good place for us. I'm just so pumped for Ally. It feels right to put the 48 back in victory lane here after how many races that this car has won here. But Mr. H is here. I don't think I've won with him here before, so that's really cool. Just so proud of this pit crew. You know, it was obviously a rough off season for us, and a big void to fill. So not that we're ever going to fill the void that Rowdy left, but Alan is doing a really good job, and the whole pit crew is doing a really good job. So thanks to my spotter, Kevin Hamlin, for coaching me there at the end. It was fun racing Kyle, and glad to get Hendrick Motorsports another win.
And I have to say, Mr. H is here, and he had a big smile on his face there. Alex, you guys on the last stop, your team got you out ahead of the 5. You had been in dirty air all day. How much did your car change? You're on fire over here. So much rubber.
We're on a lot of fire over here. I don't know if somebody wants to come put that out. Kind of like this race car, might want to keep it. How about this? The fans are back. I get to talk to you with my face. It's pretty cool. So appreciative to have you guys back here. Man, best racetrack on the schedule, in my opinion. Wish we still came here twice, but thank you guys so much for coming out. And yeah, I don't know. What do I help me, Tom Cruise? I'm on fire. It's a big fire. Kind of worried.
Congratulations. Alex Bowman gets the 48 back to victory lane at Dover.
Alex Bowman's teammate, Kyle Larson, so incredibly strong. Yet again today, Kyle led 263 laps, lost the lead. Looked like maybe you're going to be able to get up there and battle him. What did you lack there at the end?
Yeah, just I felt like all of us HMS guys were pretty equal, so it was kind of like whoever got out to lead was going to be hard to beat. So their team just did a really good job on that pit stop and gained control of the race, and never really had a shot after that, really. That one restart, I got to his bumper and got him loose, but then the 4 was coming, so we kind of had to let each other go. But I mean, hard to be disappointed with that second. I mean, like I said, I feel like I did everything I could, and we led a lot of laps, won both stages there, so good points. But would have liked to be in one spot better, but all in all, good day for our Nation's Guard Chevy, and what a day for Hendrick Motorsports and Chevrolet. So thanks to everybody at the shop, the engine shop. It's pretty amazing. I don't know when the last time Mr. H has had all 4 of his cars in the top 4, but that's pretty special day for sure.
Nice job today, Kyle. Thanks.
Thank you.
The answer to that question is never. Let me put this butt kicking into perspective. Rick Hendrick finishes 1 through 4. It takes 5 other organizations to fill the top 10 spots. Welcome back to Fox NASCAR coverage of the Monster Mile. Now, Ally is one of the track's sponsors, and there sits the 48, and they can leave it there for a whole year now. That Alex Bowman, driving the 48, has completed a 1 through 4 Rick Hendrick sweep of Dover. Here's Regan.
Well, it's very difficult to find something that Mr. Hendrick has not accomplished in this sports. The wins, the championships, but Mr. H, the first time a first, second, third, fourth place finish for you. Where does this rank in the list of accomplishments?
I can guarantee you this is the most nervous I've ever been in a race. Great day for the organization. Alex, congratulations to him. This is a sign of the guys working together and bringing good stuff to the track. I don't think it'll hit me maybe till tomorrow that we're able to finish 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty hard to do. Things can happen, pit stops, tires, anything. But that's the first, and we'll take it. It was a great day for us.
You've got a great poker face. We couldn't tell you were nervous at all. Congratulations.
Well, you didn't see me waiting for the bathroom, did
you? You gotta love it, and I think Rick understates this. To have your entire organization performing at a level where you annihilate the competition, and as I said, it took 5 other teams to fill the rest of the top 10 spots as Rick Hendrick goes 1 through 4.
Well, we talked about this young driver lineup, and you got to look at the crew chiefs and go all the way down through the depth of the organization. Rick brought it up about the communication, to be able to go and share information like a group. I mean, Rick's always been at the forefront of trying to push for that, but I think right now you're really starting to see how it's played out, because they're sharing so much information across the board. And all 4 of those cars, not just today, but all 4 of those cars are running really strong about every weekend.
Well, the pedigree, you look at the history of the Hendrick camp at this very track at Dover
21
right here.
wins
It's
here.
unbelievable. And then you go to the rest of the season. Look at the message that they just sent to the competition across the garage. These boys are in trouble. Hendrick is the real deal, and it's that way. You said it, depth. I see it. The driver lineup, the crew chief lineup, everybody's firing on all cylinders, and it's pretty deadly.
We came in expecting Martin Truex to hold court here in Dover, and he led, but Rick Hendrick and his Chevys won the day. Post-race coverage continues after the break, and we'll have NHRA drag racing at the top of the hour from Charlotte, right here on FS1.
Times before this afternoon, that 48 car visited Victory Lane at Dover, and today a new driver is behind the wheel of that car, and the same result, 48 car going to Victory Lane. Of course, Alex Bowman getting it done out there, dominating fashion for the entire Hendrick Motorsports organization. Congratulations to them and the 48 team. I don't think any of us really had Alex Bowman on our list as the first driver, or besides Martin, to win back-to-back. How big is this for him?
Well, I think it's a big deal because he's been getting that one win a year. You know, he won at Chicagoland in 2019. He won at Auto Club Speedway last year. He won at Richmond recently. He's kind of been that let's win one race a year type guy. But I don't want to take anything away from Alex Bowman. He did his job for the last 90-plus laps, hit his marks on restarts, but you have to give the tip of the hat to the pit crew. Fastest pit stop of all teams in the first 13 races of 2021, and it was enough to win the battle off pit road.
Yeah, I mean, nobody had Alex Bowman picked as the next guy to get multiple wins. We've done polls on this show, and we kind of all thought the guy that got second today, it would be Kyle Larson to get the first win. But Alex Bowman, it's such an interesting story because he wins Richmond, they go to Talladega, finish 38th, then Kansas and Darlington, a 17th and 18th, and you're like, what happened? But he talked about it. They had a team meeting. He said, look, this is the same team. They came back, and Larry said it. I mean, the pit crew got him out front, but he led 100 laps. He had to hold Kyle Larson off on multiple restarts, and Kyle got pretty close at one point, but wasn't able to get by him, and then they just kind of maintained matched lap times there at the end. So amazing job, though, by Alex Bowman to get back to victory lane. How good does that feel for a driver when your pit crew does that for you? Well, I mean, it's all about, you know, a team sport, and he talked about having that team meeting, and it shows. I mean, you could tell Kyle Larson was pretty dejected in his interviews, but it's about, you know, in order to win a race, it takes everybody. It's not just a driver, it's not just a pit crew, it's about everybody performing at the same time. Today was all about team. Hendrick Motorsports team, 1, 2, 3, 4 finish. Let's hear from the guy who rounded out that top 4. William Byron is with Regan Smith.
Well, the top 10 streak continues for William Byron. Add a top 5, actually, to it with a 4th place finish today. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Hendrick. What a dominant day for your company.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. I mean, you said it, for HMS to finish 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just a credit to a lot of great people at the shop, Chevrolet, Exalta, all the people that support us to get us the resources, and then us, you know, crew chiefs and drivers executing, and pit crews and everyone executing really good races. So yeah, it's been, for us, it's been going for a while. We just got to get a little bit. It sucks to be, you know, 4th, but I think we're close. We just have to kind of work on some things in our car, get the right feels, and we're getting really close. So we're keep chipping away, 2 fourth places in a row, and we'll take it. We'll move on.
Nice job, William.
Thank you.
How about that top 10 streak for old Willie B continuing to go on for him?
But now, as Regan pointed out to him, he's turning those top 10s into top 5s.
Yeah.
Top 5 at Darlington, top 5 at Dover today. But Hendrick Motorsports, 1, 2, 3, 4, they led all but 18 laps of the 400 laps of this race. And I'm not going to make this as a statement. I'm going to maybe tee it up as a question. Is Chad Knaus in his new role, is this the difference maker in this organization, along with other things they've done over the last several months?
Well, it wasn't just about one driver leading all those laps. 3 of the drivers actually got to lead. Chase Elliott was the only one that didn't lead any laps. But it's so hard to get all of the crew chiefs, all the drivers, everybody working well together. We know they have a good setup for this track. Jimmy Johnson's won a lot of races over the years. They ran well the last couple times we've been at this track. But man, to put it all together in one day, it was pretty cool to see Rick Hendrick kind of pacing back and forth and seeing a guy that's won all these championships still nervous about winning one of these races.
Our stats guy, our stats guy, Patrick Perrin, did give me some stats. So 2005, Roush Fenway finished 1, 2, 3, 4 at Homestead. Biffle, Martin, Kenseth, Edwards. And Hendrick Motorsports actually finished 1, 2, 3 in the Daytona 500 in 1997. So there you go. How about that for some stats right there? How about the guy who finished 5th? That would be Joey Logano. He's with Jamie Little.
Joey Logano, I don't even know where to start with you, Joey, in the day that you guys had. Obviously, your crew chief was gone, so you had an interim crew chief. Then you guys had a hole poked in the nose of your car. How did you overcome that for a top 5?
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a top 5 after everything that happened there. You know, they did a good job fixing it. You know, we just, I don't know, I hit something at some point, went through the grill, and just lost a ton of downforce trying to fix that. And then we got it fixed there the last run, and the Shell Pennzoil Mustang was a rocket ship and started rolling up through the field pretty nice. And
just ran out of time. You know, I had the 24 in front of me. I thought I maybe could get him. I'd like to have another restart and see what can happen. The boys on pit road are so good. Maybe grab a couple there and a good restart. Maybe the day looks a little bit different. But all things considered, Jonathan Hassler did a great job up on the box, recovering from a hard day, right? Think about the days when you don't have your crew chief and then there's adversity. It just makes it even harder. So, but everyone did a great job sticking together. Shows that we have a really strong team here.
Thanks, Joey.
Thanks.
Yeah, we had talked about how Joey Logano had never won at Dover, and while this wasn't a victory, it's got to feel like one for him.
Well, it does, because 24 starts prior to today and only 4 top 5 finishes. But he mentioned interim crew chief Jonathan Hassler made that call when 15 other drivers stayed out. The last caution was 75 laps to go. They came and got those 4 fresh tires. I think we all knew that maybe was not going to win the race, but I think it definitely bought into him getting that top 5 finish.
I know that all of us, the feel-good story of the season, and that team that you're just hoping does well is Daniel Suarez. And again, he goes out there and has a solid run on the day. He ended up finishing 9th. Suarez is with Jamie.
Well, Daniel Suarez brings it home 9th. And Daniel, you told me before this race, I said, where would you be happy finishing today? You said top 10. You called it. How good was this race for you guys?
It was good. We had to work hard. The 99 Chevy Camaro Comsco was strong. Most of the race, I feel like the entire race we were probably a top 15 car. We made good adjustments. We gained some track position, and that gave us the opportunity to finish in the top 10. There is still a lot of work to do, definitely. Right there at the end, I was plowing tight. I was playing defense 100% against the 11, the 41, all these guys, but we were able to hold them off and finish with a decent result. But we have to keep working. I won a trophy.
Daniel Suarez brings it home. Top 10 for the 2nd time this season.
I love that he's disappointed with the top 10. I want a trophy.
Yeah, what a great start to the season for Trackhouse Racing. Justin Marks, who you were dancing to earlier, Pit Bull, you were doing it earlier.
I was.
Amazing start, though, 2nd top 10 of the year. And not totally shocked by this. If you look, RCR in general, who they get their cars from, all ran really well. Tyler Reddick in the top 10, and Austin Dillon ran great all day long as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great day for Daniel Suarez. But, of course, the day belonged to those guys right there. They deserve every single second of that celebration. And, boy, I'm sure that they're going to get it. Congratulations to that team. We'll be right back.
The original drag racing 4-lane superhighway Z-Max Dragway is home to the 44,000 horsepower of explosive excitement known as NHRA Drag Racing. Final eliminations from the NHRA 4-wide Nationals from Charlotte is coming up next on FS1.
Yeah, you got NHRA coming up next, but we got a full week of racing ahead as we look ahead to Circuit of the Americas. Wednesday, we're going to do the iRacing event from COTA. Saturday at noon, FS1. The trucks are in action Saturday at 3:30, Xfinity Series, and then Sunday at 1 p.m. We are Cup racing down in Austin. Of course, you can catch your race hub all week long at 6 o'clock right here on FS1. But I think this week is one of the weeks when the schedule came out that we were all like, that's the one we're looking forward to.
Well, one, it's a new venue. No series in NASCAR has ever raced there, and here we go. We have practice. We have qualifying for all 3 series. Practice for Cup on Saturday, qualifying Sunday morning before the race.
Yeah, we talked about, I mean, the road course races have been so good in the Cup Series, the Xfinity Series. So I'm looking forward to going there. We've watched some other series race there in the past, but pretty tricky circuit. Only a few guys have been on it, and we get to hear the word unknowns multiple times this week.
20 turns.
20
Speeds
turns.
up to 170 plus miles per hour, as slow as about 35 to 40 miles per hour, shifting a ton every lap.
And this practice is going to be valuable for these guys to be able to break down these cars,
It's only 50 minutes, but it beats nothing. Guarantee you. That'll be a cram session.
And I mean, like, when we look ahead to road courses, I mean, I know that Martin Truex Jr. is really good on road courses, but so is Chase Elliott. So this could be another big weekend for Hendrick Motorsports.
Yeah, it's got to be one that that Chase Elliott's had circled on his calendar. Just knowing the success that he's had the last 2 or 3 years at road courses, the fact he also got to do the test there might have a little bit of an advantage over some of the other guys.
Uh-oh, that's not good for the rest of the field. What a day it was for Hendrick Motorsports. What a day it was for us and all the fans, of course. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here with us. Don't forget Race Hub all week long. Congratulations to the 48 team and Hendrick Motorsports. Have a great night.